Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and county assemblies for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you've been pleased to call to the governments of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our county and of those whose interests you've committed to our church. Amen. Clerk, take us through the order of the day.
Third Assembly, third session, order paper number 172 of today, Thursday, 25th April 2024 at 2:30 p.m. Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Raro, can you take your seat? Honorable members, I have one communication to make in regards to the visitors in the gallery. I would like to bring to your attention the presence of some special visitors within the gallery. Honorable Gad Olima, member of County Assembly representing Southwest Nyakach, has brought his children to witness the assembly in session. These young minds are here to gain first-hand experience of the democratic process and how their county government functions. So on behalf of the County Assembly, I want to extend a warm welcome to Natasha, Bradley, and Myra. I hope their visit today inspires them to become future leaders and active participants in our community. But I think it will be in order that maybe I give a chance to two members, the Honorable Seth Kanga and the Honorable Karen Opar, at least to say a word to the young guys of Kisumu County. Honorable Seth Kanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the presence of my Eastwhile friends family, the Honorable Gado Lema family, into this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's a clear testimony that the Honorable Gado Lema means well for his family. And it's a great inspiration, not only to the family of Honorable Gado Lema, but it's also a challenge to I, Mr. Speaker, who has been a member of this county assembly serving his second term. But I don't believe even my family has been in attendance in this honorable house, including the swearing in. So the Honorable Gado Lema, you've challenged me, and you've challenged all the honorable members, because it's the first time we are acknowledging the presence of the family of one of our honorable members. I was in the second assembly, I didn't witness this. And in the third assembly, we are witnessing. I congratulate you, Honorable Gabolina. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to welcome the family of Honorable Gadolima. Feel most welcome. The way the whip has said, it's a big challenge, and we know that the young ones are the future leaders. So at least I know they are going to come out with something from here, and from this day onwards, maybe they might follow the footsteps of their father, or they might go the other way, depending on how the father has been relaying his political ambitions to the family. Now, welcome, young men. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I also want to officially convey to the Assembly the passing of one of the pioneer members of Kisumu County Assembly, the Honorable James Okoth Dianga, who was the MC of North Seme Ward. I know a number of you may be aware that Honorable James Okoth Dianga passed. The family are making arrangements on his send-off. But as a member, a pioneer member of this house, I think it's important that maybe we can just have 1 minute. You can stand, all of us, we have 1 minute of silence in honor of the pioneer MCA. May his soul rest in eternal peace. You may resume your seat. And on the same, maybe I can give chances to two or three members. Maybe one pioneer member, one member of the second assembly, and one member from the third assembly, maybe one leadership. So, Honorable Pamela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing on behalf of pioneers to talk about Honorable Dianga, who has passed on. Honorable Dianga was such a good man. He was so humorous. He was just laughing. When you approach Honorable Dianga, you could just see him laughing. He made our days during the time of the first assembly. He was a no-nonsense man. He stuck to his guns, and he had policies which he always defended. If he refused something, he could not change his mind. He was such a principled man. We will miss him. May his family, may his soul rest in peace, and may the Lord condole with his family. Thank you.
Let's have one member from Second Assembly. I can see there is Honorable Gadolima, there is Honorable Jennifer Bonyo, Honorable Ngeta. Yes, sir, Honorable Gadolima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to condole with the family of James Dianga, who was a pioneer member of this house. Mr. Speaker, with the traditions, it's very clear that whatever we stepped on in the second assembly came from the first assembly. And therefore, if you lose one of us, it's the same family. And we want to say condolences to the family. And I feel and request that this house stand with the family in this grieving time, so that we be part of the funeral and part of the bereavement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From the third assembly. Let me give Honorable Millicent now that she's also the MC of North Seme Ward.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for remembering my constituent and a member of the Pioneer Assembly. I want to say that as a ward, we've lost a very great man. And even when I was getting into the office, in fact, he supported me so much. And so many times I was learning through his footsteps. In fact, he was never sick. It was just in the night, like me, I was just called that he has collapsed and died. And later we confirmed that he's dead. I want to echo what Honorable Gada said. I'm kindly requesting all the MCAs through the speaker, let's stand with the family, because currently the family is not doing so well economically. And if we can come together as a house to help the late Dianga's family, I will highly appreciate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I believe we have our welfare chair. I've not spotted Honorable Mildred Ajumbo, but I think it is in order that the members can deliberate and find a way of standing together with the family of the late Honorable Dianga. Next order.
Order number 4, order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
The Honorable Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to table a paper that pursuant to the provisions of Article 2286 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, read together with Section 9 of the Control of Budget Act 2016, I wish to table today, Thursday, 25th April 2024, the County Government's Budget Implementation Review Report for the first half of financial year 2023-2024. Thank you.
Honorable members, the county government's budget implementation review report for the first half of the year 2023-2024 by the Office of the Controller of Budget is properly laid before the House. And I want to direct that all members of the County Assembly of Kisumu get reference to this document. I know it's also in their website in soft copy, but I think the Office of the Clerk should be able to facilitate members to have copies of the report. It's for the whole county government. So it should be your interest to know how Kisumu County is performing alongside other county governments. But more so the Committee of Budget and Appropriations should be able to look into this, even as the county prepares to look into the financial year 2024-2025 budget estimates that is due, I think, by 30th of April 2024. So this document should be disseminated to all members, but I give a stronger reference to the Budget and Appropriation Committee to look at it, especially on Kisumu County section, in reference to the budget estimates. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next order.
Order number 7, statements.
It is statement time. Honorable Gad Olema.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to seek leave from the chair to request for a statement from Implementation Committee.
Honorable God, you cannot seek leave from chair. There is only chairperson or speaker. The chair is what I'm sitting on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek leave of the speaker and the chair, the sitting chair, that is. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me.
Honorable God, you cannot seek leave from the chair.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the correction. I seek leave of the chairperson of the session today to give a statement regarding some unimplemented projects in my ward.
Proceed, Honorable Member. I can confirm that the Honorable God had approached me and sought to make the statement today. It was approved. I have a copy of it. So by leave of the House, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of unimplemented projects with the recurring allocations in my ward, that is Southwest Nakach, pursuant to standing orders number 42, 2B of the standing orders, I rise to seek a statement to the person of the Select Committee on Implementation concerning issues of recurring budgetary allocations for projects in Southwest Nakach ward that remain unimplemented. Honorable Speaker and members, funds were allocated for various projects and approved in this assembly, this house, as follows. The projects that were approved in 2021-2022, the funds were approved for the following projects. That's the construction of Miriu Dispensary, a total of 2 million. Construction of Bosch Maternity Wing, that was a total 2 million. Construction of Chega Lab Dispensary, 2 million. These projects received allocation again in the financial year 2023-2024 budget, yet no construction activity has commenced. Additionally, the 2023-2024 budget included funds for construction of an ECD called Othith ECD at a cost of 1.5 million, but the contractor is yet to mobilize to the site. Mr. Speaker, the projects later previously stated but stalled. The financial year 2020-2021, the budget saw approval for the following projects where construction began but never finished. There is a construction of Chachi ECD at a cost of 1.5 million, construction of Boch ECD, a cost of 1.5 million, construction of Pond ECD, 1.5 million, construction of Apoko ECD at 1.5 million. Mr. Speaker, the residents of Southwest Nakach deserve transparency and accountability regarding these critical infrastructure projects, and it is in this breath that I respectfully request the chairperson of the committee on implementation to provide this house with the following information. 1. A detailed status report on all the aforementioned projects, clear explanation for the delays and lack of progress on these critical infrastructure projects, and lastly, detailed report on the amount, if any, so far spent on any of the projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, is the chair implemented in the House or the vice chair? Chair implementation or the vice chair? A member? I'm seeing Honorable Ratib, Honorable Boyton. I wanted if there's any feedback. Yes, Honorable Caroline.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of that committee.
Honorable members, I was asking about the implementation committee chair because I'm aware. I can recall not exact date, but Honorable Benny Peter raised some statement here requesting for the implementation status of projects. Was it 2022, 2023, something like that?
Yes, sir.
And I wanted to know the status of that so that he could maybe inform us if there's need to add that or already they have that report. So the implementation committee members, if there is any member, is that report coming?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Chair, I wish to report to the House that the report has already been discussed and it soon will be with the House Business Committee. Thank you.
Honorable members, I want to direct that the statement by Honorable Gad to form part of that report. So if there's any gap, then you have to fill it so that when you are bringing the report, it comes alongside the statement by Honorable Gad Olema. And honorable members, I did direct that all the pending works were supposed to be either with the House Business Committee or the Liaison Committee by end of this week. So I believe by tomorrow, Friday, the House Business Committee or the Liaison Committee will be receiving those pending works. But please, this statement is committed to the Committee of Implementation. Outside the other report, because it's a bit direct.
Commencement of business. Order number 8, motion on the removal from office members of the Kisumu County Public Service Board pursuant to Article 251(1) and Article 75 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Section 58, subsection 5 of the County Governments Act 2012, and the provisions of the County Assembly standing orders by the Honorable Moses Ochela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to move my motion, may I join the rest of this House in condoling with the family of the departed brother, Honorable James Dianga, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, I am moved to carry out a task on behalf of the House and also the members who had given their attention that the motion on the removal of the board, some of the board members be moved. And Mr. Speaker, they did in a way of signing and confirming that the issues raised by the public by themselves, to themselves, hold ground. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, my motion goes, it is a motion on the removal from office of members of the Kisumu County Public Service Board. And the following members are earmarked for removal. Number 1, Charles Babu Karan, that is Mr. Passport number AK 0139169. Number 2 is Mrs. Jacinta Makopio of passport number AK 055-79059. Number 3, Edward Kochung, that is Professor Edward Kochung of passport number BK 087819. The 4th member is Dr. Stephen Orot of passport number AK 0445514. Number 5 is Mrs. Jane A. Oyare of passport number A0016577. 6 is Nation O. Aloka of passport number A2089249. Pursuant to Article 251, Sub-Article 1 and Article 75 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Section 58, Subsection 5 of County Governments Act 2012, and the provisions of Kisumu County Assembly standing orders. Mr. Speaker, in pursuant to Article 251, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, read in tandem with Sections 58, Subsection 5 of the County Governments Act 2012, members of the County Public Service Board may be removed from office under the following grounds. A, serious violation of the Constitution or any other law, including contravention of Chapter 6. B, gross misconduct, whether in performance of the members or office holders' functions or otherwise. C, physical or mental incapacity to perform the functions of the office. D, incompetence, or E, bankruptcy. Whereas Article 10 read together with Article 73, 74, 75, and Article 232 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, provides the accountability of state officers to the public for decisions and actions as a key guiding principle of leadership and integrity. And whereas Sections 8, 9, 10, 11, 24, 32, and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act provides for the General Leadership and Integrity Code to it. Breach of public trust, failing to carry out the duties of respective officers in transparent and professional manner, failing to conduct duties of the office with impartiality and objectivity in accordance with Articles 10, Article 27, 73, 2B, and 75 of the Constitution, which obligates a state officer to behave in all senses in a manner that is devoid of compromising public or official interest in favor of personal interest. Where that Section 59A of the County Government's Amended Act number 11 of 2020 provides that the County Public Service Board shall be independent and shall not be subject to the direction of control of any person or authority. This provision, nevertheless, does not minimize the board from accountability to the public. Performance of constitutional functions with integrity and oversight of this county assembly pursuant to Article 73, 74, 75, 185, and 232 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010. Further, where that Articles 10, 232, 235, and 236 of the Constitution, Sections 59, 59A, 60, 62, 63, 64, and 65 of the County Governments Act 2012, revised in 2022, provides for the values and principles of public service and the elaborate regulatory framework for the establishment of county public offices and the recruitment, employment, deployment, transfer, and dismissal of county public officers, which framework the County Public Service Board is expected to operate. Noting that the County Assembly of Kisumu, through its sectoral committee on the administration of law, justice, good governance, constitutional affairs, being fully appraised of the importance of the provisions of Article 73, sub-article 2D of the Constitution, which demands that all state officers to be accountable to the public for their decisions, actions, and by implication, public utterances in the exercise of provisions of Article 175 of the Constitution, which bestows this county assembly or its committees with power to summon any person to appear before it for purposes of giving evidence, summoned the board before it on 20th March 2023 to shed light in the then attendant matter of recruitment of village administrators, and that in its meeting with the County Public Service Board on the said date, this County Assembly noted that oral and written submissions of the board found that there were misgivings, elements of moribund leadership, and utter incompetence among other depositions. Cognizant of the significance of the provisions of sections 29 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, which prohibits an officer from knowingly giving false information to any person. Section 30 of Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, which prohibits a state officer from falsifying records or misrepresenting information, and Section 27, subsection 3G of the County Assembly's Power and Privileges Act 2017, which classifies as willful furnishing of County Assembly or a committee with information which is false or misleading, or making a statement before a County Assembly or committee that is false or misleading as an offense. Noting that, in giving effect to the Article 10 of the Constitution, Section 59(1)(d) and F of the County Governments Act 2012 requires the County Public Service Board to prepare regular reports for submissions to the County Assembly on the execution of functions of the board, and evaluate and report to the County Assembly on the extent to which the values and principles referred to the Articles 10 and 232 are complied with in the County Public Service Board in December of every year. Concerned that the analysis of the recent activities of the members of the board and information provided by the same members of the board, their actions prior and subsequent to the providing the information, and observed misdemeanor in the manner in which the members of the board performs the functions of the office goes against the grains and several provisions of the Constitution 2010, County Governments Act 2012, Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act 2016, County Assembly's Powers and Privileges Act 2017, and Public Ethics Act 209. Mr. Speaker, sir, now therefore, I pray that this Assembly resolves that the following members be removed from the office of members of the Kisumu Public Service Board. 1, Mr. Charles Babu Karan, passport number AK01399169. 2, Jacinta M.A. Capillo, Mrs., of passport number AK05579059. 3, Edward Kochung, PhD, of passport BK087819. 4, Stephen Orot, PhD, of passport AK0445514. 5, Jane A. Oyare, Mrs., of passport number AK0016577. 6, Nation O. Alwoka, Mr., of passport number A2089249. In accordance with Article 251, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution and Section 58, Subsection 5 of the County Governments Act 2012, and the provisions of standing orders on the following grounds. Ground number 1, gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. A, usurping of statutory powers. Mr. Speaker, sir, whereas Section 57, Subsection 1B of the County Government Act 2012 vests upon the County Public Service Board the powers to appoint persons to hold or act in offices of the County Public Service Board, including in the boards of cities and urban areas within the county, and confirm appointments. And whereas Section 58, Subsection 1C of the County Governments Act 2012 mandates the governor to nominate and appoint a certified public secretary of good professional standing with the approval of the County Assembly, who shall be secretary to the board. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 58, Subsection 1C, the County Public Service Board is effectively incompetent and lawfully barred from nominating and or appointing a secretary to the board or appointing a person to act as such. In the committee meeting held on 20th March 2024, the County Assembly took notice that Mr. Collins Odhiambo Agutu had appeared before it as an acting secretary to the board, having been recommended as so via a letter dated 4th March 2024 from the office of the county secretary, and consequently appointed by a resolution of members of the board as an acting secretary. The same Mr. Collins Odhiambo Agutu, through the direction of the members of the board, has since assumed a substantive position of the secretary to the board in utter disregard of the provisions of the law. Now, therefore, the members of the board, by purporting to appoint one Mr. Collins Odhiambo Agutu as secretary to the board, contrary to section 58, subsection 1C of the County Governments Act 2012, grossly violated the Constitution by usurping the statutory powers bestowed upon the governor and this county assembly by attempting to exercise for themselves powers which are not bestowed upon them. B, neglect of statutory duties and contempt of county assembly. Mr. Speaker, sir, whereas Article 73(2)(d) of the Constitution demands that all state officers must be accountable to the public for their decisions, actions, and by implication, public utterances. And whereas in fulfillment of the Article 73(2)(d) of the Constitution, Section 51, subsection 1D, E, and F of the County Governments Act 2012 mandates the board to prepare regular reports for submission to the County Assembly on execution of the functions of the board, to promote in the County Public Service Board the value and the principles referred to it, referred in Article 10 and 232, and to evaluate and report to the County Assembly every December on the extent to which the values and principles referred to in Articles 10 and 232 are complied with in the County Public Service Board. The members of the board have grossly violated the provisions of Article 73 and 195 of the Constitution and sections 51D, E and F of the County Governments Act 2012 by engagement, connivance, and or complicity refused to furnish the County Assembly with reports on the execution of the functions of the board and the extent to which the values and principles referred to in Articles 10 and Articles 232 of the Constitution are complied with in the County Public Service Board, thus hindering County Assembly from exercising its oversight and legislative mandates. C, retention of staff beyond mandatory retirement age. Aware that regulations number 71 of the Public Service Commission Regulations 2020 provides that the mandatory retirement age in the public service shall be 60 or 65 years for persons with disability, and such age may be determined by the Commission for lecturers and research scientists serving in public universities, research institutions, or equivalent institutions are determined by the Commission in consultation with such universities, research institutions, or the equivalent institutions. Further aware that Section D, 221 of the Human Resource Policies and Procedures Manual, 2016, provides that all public officers shall retire from the service on attaining the mandatory retirement age of 60 years, and 65 years for persons with disabilities. The members of the board, contrary to the provisions of Regulation number 71 of the Public Service Commission Regulations 2020 and Section D21 of the Human Resource Policy and Procedures Manual 2016, by commission, omission, or connivance, have continued to cause the retention of over or about 34 employees within the county's payroll system for over or about a year, despite the employees attaining the mandatory retirement age. Gross misconduct. A, bribery. Whereas Article 10 and Article 73, Sub-Article 1, A, Roman 3 and Roman 4 of the Constitution of Kenya, insofar as it connotes the manner in which a state officer is expected to exercise assigned authority. And whereas Article 75, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution, as read with Section 8, 9, 10, 11, 24, 32, and 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act 2012, and Sections 9 and 11, 1, 2A-C of the Public Service Ethics Act, obligates a state officer to behave in all senses in a manner that is devoid of compromising public or official interest in favor of personal interest. Members of the board's actions of receiving bribes and soliciting for bribes during various recruitment processes, to it, the recent recruitment of doctors and directors, and chief officers, including but not limited to the various positions whose recruitments were done within the last year, have destroyed the trust the public had on the County Public Service Board, following the failure of the members of the board to uphold the public's legitimate expectation pursuant to Article 75 and Article 232 of the Constitution and Sections 6, subsection 1A, C, and subsection 2, 3 of the Bribery Act, which provides that a person commits an offense of receiving a bribe if the person requests, agrees to receive, or receives a financial or other advantages intending that a relevant function or activity be performed improperly by that person receiving the bribe, and anticipation of or as a consequence of a person requesting for agreeing to receive or accepting a financial or other advantage, an activity is performed improperly by that person or another person. B, violation of appointment laws and regulations. Whereas Section 65, subsection 1 of the County Governments Act 2012, revised in 2022, provides that in selecting candidates for appointment, the County Public Service Board shall consider the standards, values, principles set in Articles 10, 27, Sub-Article 2, Article 56C, and Article 232, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution. The prescribed qualification for holding or acting in the office, the experience and achievements attained by the candidate, the need to ensure that the candidate proposed for appointment have knowledge and experience in diverse fields, including human resource management and development and finance, and the conduct of the candidate in view of any relevant code of conduct, ethics, and integrity. The members of the board have continuously approved for employment or caused the employment of persons within the county's public service board, persons who are evidently unqualified and incompetent to hold such positions in utter disregard of the provisions of the law. incompetence. Mr. Speaker, sir, whereas Section 59, subsection 4 of the County Governments Act 2012 provides that the County Public Service Board shall have powers to A, inform and educate county public officers and the public about the values and principles. B, recommend to the county government effective measures to promote the values and principles. C, assist county government in the formulation and implementation of programs intended to inculcate in public officers the duty to uphold the values and principles. E, visit any county public office or body with a view to assessing and inspecting the status of compliance with the values and principles. F, recommend to the relevant lawful authority any necessary action in view of violation of the values and principles by any person or public body. G, inform and educate county public officers and the public about the values and principles. The said members of the board are grossly incompetent and have continuously breached and or aided the breach of law, having failed to fulfill or cause the fulfillment of provisions of sections 59(4) of the County Governments Act 2012 to it, failure to conduct, facilitate, or cause the formulation of a comprehensive training needs assessment for the county human resource contrary to section 33 of the Public Service Recruitment and Training Policy, which demands that all training be based on comprehensive training needs assessment that should be carried out on annual basis. Failure to cause the formulation of the county annual recruitment plan contrary to section B(2)(1) of the Human Rights Policies and Procedures Manual for Public Service of May 2016, which requires that the county government through the Public Service Board to prepare human resource plans to support achievements of goals and objectives in the county government's strategic plans and employing persons to various positions without reasonable advertisements to the public in regards to the vacancies of such positions, contrary to the provisions of Article 232(1)(h) of the Constitution of Kenya, which demands that transparency and provisions to the public of timely, accurate information must be exercised at all times in the provisions of public service. Mr. Speaker, evidence and exhibits in support of the motion shall be adduced in fulfillment of the requirements of Standing Orders number 69, sub-order 6. Signed by the mover, that is myself. And Mr. Speaker, I affirm as Honorable Moses Ochele, being an elected member of the County Assembly of Kisumu, representing East Kano Wawidhi Ward, affirm that 1. The particulars of the allegations contained in the impeachment motion present herewith are true to my knowledge and belief. 2. Each member whose name and signature appear herein has informed me that they have sufficiently verified the particulars of the allegations in the impeachment motion. 3. Each member whose name and signature appear herein has informed me that the particulars of the allegations in the impeachment motion are true to their knowledge and belief, based on their reading, appreciation of information pertinent to the impeachment motion. 4. The matter in this affirmation are accurate to the best of my knowledge and belief, save where I have relied on advice or information whose sources are and shall be disclosed. Signed on 16th day, April 2024, by myself, Moses Odhiambo Chele, MCA East Kanawawidhi. Mr. Speaker, that is the motion, and the fundamental factors, Mr. Speaker, raised in this motion are factors which are very much pregnant with the public, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has continuously been a serious public outcry that there's biasness in recruitment, there's element of bribery, where members of the County Public Service Board directly or indirectly solicit for bribes for one to be recruited. And Mr. Speaker, they do this, some get at luck and get recruited, but majority who end up being conned, Mr. Speaker, fail to secure such chances. Mr. Speaker, there is this element of regional balancing. These are simply, as the custodian of the law in Kisumu County Assembly, Mr. Speaker, should always ensure that there is regional balancing where comes any kind of recruitment. We must ensure that there is equity in distribution of positions in our 35 wards, Mr. Speaker, and in the regions represented by our members who are specially elected. Mr. Speaker, the common mandate of this House is to oversight. I was elected by the voters and members of East Kanawawidhi Ward to come here and carry out my mandates of oversight, representation, and legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they had a lot of policies, and they were convinced, Mr. Speaker, that I was competent enough to represent their case without being influenced by any other member. Mr. Speaker, when the members of East Kanawawidhi Ward are not recruited or are requested to give bribes for them to secure recruitment places, Mr. Speaker, then I'm here to stand with them. Mr. Speaker, being a bona fide member of Kisumu County, Mr. Speaker, such outcries must fall in this House. And I, as a legislator, who is tasked with the responsibility of oversighting, Mr. Speaker, as these times, I must rise up to be counted. Mr. Speaker, I commend the leadership. And Mr. Speaker, I commend you and the board and the leadership of this House to have taken members into a leadership conference in Naivasha. Mr. Speaker, in Naivasha, members of this House, Mr. Speaker, identified some gaps with certain CCMs and departments in the executive. And Mr. Speaker, there are a number of gray areas which were identified by the members of this House. And Mr. Speaker, for example, the Minister for Water was mentioned to have been committing several crimes. And Mr. Speaker, after Naivasha, we came back to this House and relaxed, and we forgot about all that we mentioned. Name the Minister for Planning and Lands, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what has happened? We've left the burden to the governor because the members convinced the governor that these officers were either incompetent or very corrupt to an extent that they were to go home. The governor recently relieved them. But that should have been a task of the oversighting body, this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently, our very able professor was invited to the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the task which should have been conducted by this House in identifying the mistakes which were done in various financial years, Mr. Speaker, more so by the oversighting committee of Pig Park. Mr. Speaker, when the governor and his team reached there, it is like they were preparing themselves for questions which they have not gone through. How I wish that this House identified these loopholes so that our governor could have rectified in advance instead of allowing him to go to Nairobi and get that kind of experience. This House must stand up, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, right now, in this motion, about 24 or so members raised their concerns that the public is crying. And Mr. Speaker, they raised a number of issues. And the issues raised in this motion, Mr. Speaker, are not born, written, and brought to this House by myself or my family. But they are issues raised by the representatives of the people in terms of information that they've gathered so far. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling upon members of this House that we rise to the occasion, we give our county a direction that we will wish that it leads from today henceforth to the future. We are doing everything that we do in this assembly for posterity. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with that keynote summary, may I now call Honorable Rakwach, member for East Kolua, to second. I move.
Honorable Ruben Rakwach. Honorable members, now that the motion for removal from office members of the Kisumu County Public Service Board, pursuant to Article 251(1) and Article 75 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Section 58(5) of the County Government Act 2012, has been presented by the Honorable Moses Ochele, seconded by Honorable Ruben Rakwach as power standing orders. I want to propose a question, and I propose that the motion is open for debate. But before we debate, honorable members, I want to refer ourselves to page 127 of the order paper. That is part 2 on limitation of debate. That pursuant to the provision of standing order number 95(1) of the standing orders, this assembly orders each debate on any motion, including a special, be limited to the following manner: a maximum of 2 hours, with not more than 20 minutes for the mover and 5 minutes for each other member speaking, except the leader of majority party, who shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes, and that 10 minutes before the expiry of the time, the mover shall be called upon to reply, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the leader of majority party and the chairperson of the relevant central committee in that order. And this one was a resolution of the House on Wednesday, 21st February 2024. So please take cognizance of that resolution. I had proposed a question that the motion is open for debate. Honorable Pamela Oyo, MCA Migosi Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to oppose the motion. Mr. Speaker, the board has been accused by gross misconduct, usurping authority, incompetency, and neglect. I've had Mr. Ochele go through the motion. Honorable Ochele going through the motion. I didn't hear any place or any evidence that warrants the board removal. Secondly, I want to say this motion lacks merit because this is a house of rules and procedures. When you accuse somebody with bribery, I think you should bring evidence and table it before the House so that the members can debate about it. If the evidence is lacking, I just want to say this motion lacks basis, it lacks merit, and it lacks evidences. The board has been accused by employing people who are over 65 or 70. I didn't hear him present evidences to this House. The board has been accused of being incompetent. I didn't see a reason which has been tabled that is making the board incompetent. I'm calling upon this House not to listen to hearsays. Let us accuse people with evidence and with grounds that can stand the test of times. Secondly, I want to say that this is a house of rules and procedures. Anything that is being brought to the house for debate should be accompanied with all evidences, all papers pertaining to accusations, so that we are able to talk about them as per the Constitution and as per the Code of Conduct and Ethics of Regulation, and as even as per the standing order of this House. I beg to oppose.
Honorable Maurice Geta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to disassociate myself with the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to go on record again that the motion before us here in this honorable house is lacking merit, and the mover could have just stopped laying this motion before this house, even before he read the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the allegations against the board members are very weighty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, chapter 6. Remember, these are fathers, these are wives, and these are husbands. Mr. Speaker, if you come here and telling us that the issue of bribery, of which you don't have even a single evidence against these members, Mr. Speaker, I think the action should be taken to the motion mover, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, never in the history I've heard the executive asking for permission from members of parliament or members of county assembly to employ the chief, DCC, or ACC, Mr. Speaker. I've never had such kind of cases. Mr. Speaker, at times we need to accept our mandate. We don't need to get into executive too much and open animosity between the assembly and the executive. I want to humbly request this honorable house that let's create a conducive environment to work with our colleagues from the executive side so that we can build this great county of Kisumu together. Mr. Speaker, you are the head of this assembly, and we are the members of this county assembly doing the oversight role. Let not the oversight role be a witch-hunting role. It's not about witch-hunting. It's a oversight role, going by the rule of law, following up our standing orders, and if you look into our standing orders, more so standing order number 84, and I want the mover of the motion to read and check and confirm statement of fact in standing order number 84. Mr. Speaker, I want the honorable member to provide us with a statement of fact against the allegation of the said board members, Mr. Speaker. I rest my case. Thank you.
Onyaroke has stood for some time. I've noticed you, Honorable Kelvin, but you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the motion which has been brought before us, Mr. Speaker, is a serious motion that is able to affect even the running of our county as we speak from tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. And that the decision that we shall come with from this motion is going to affect quite a number of things. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at the motion carefully and I was taking some notes while the mover was moving the motion. And I will address my points on three main things, Mr. Speaker. In the motion mover has talked about bribery. Mr. Speaker, a bribery issue is a very serious offense that if it is alleged on somebody, proper evidence must be adduced to that effect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in legal terms, this motion lacks what is called lack of quid pro quo. Lack of quid pro quo. That's a Latin word meaning something for something. If you are accused of something like bribery, Mr. Speaker, the evidence must be produced to satisfy the members that in fact such kind of a thing did take place, Mr. Speaker. And again, if you look at the members who have been accused, Mr. Speaker, some of them we need to consider their, what we call, their characters, their careers, Mr. Speaker, because here is a case that we are going to put a mark on somebody's career, maybe for the remaining of his lifetime, Mr. Speaker. So as we bring a tag of bribery on a particular person, Mr. Speaker, we need to be satisfied that indeed it did take place, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the motion itself, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of potential procedural errors that cannot stand the test of time, Mr. Speaker. You cannot just say, for example, a group of people, because this is a board of six members, Mr. Speaker, and you cannot talk about bribery if you don't specifically refer to who or which member particularly was involved in that particular issue, Mr. Speaker. So I was thinking that the mover of the motion must have identified particularly among the members, the 6 members, who did participate in that bribery case, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, he has talked of incompetence. Mr. Speaker, incompetence can be varied in so many ways, Mr. Speaker. And there can be mitigating factors that can also lead to incompetence. Mr. Speaker, if the time that this board were invited here, I was here as a friend of the committee, and I did listen to their presentation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what they were explaining, I did realize that even by that time, Mr. Speaker, the board does not have a CEO, which I believe when they left this place, they were in a position, they were arranging on how the CEO, they can link up with the executive or the governor to make sure that the CEO is appointed, Mr. Speaker. So as we speak, we are watching forward or looking forward to make sure that all those members which are not included in that particular board are put in place, Mr. Speaker. I remember they did also mention the absence of Director of Human resource, Mr. Speaker, who is also very key, particularly when it comes to issues of employment and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the things that the committee then should have assisted this team to make sure that those particular persons are put in place so that we work together in unison, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, but not least, he also talked about neglect of statutory duties and contempt of the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, these members accused seemingly did not act with the requisite intent to what is called what can I say, to defy or disrespect the assembly, Mr. Speaker. I saw the chairman when he was doing his presentation. He might have had some lack of knowledge of standing orders of the assembly, but then I'm very much certain that the chairman do know what he's supposed to do, Mr. Speaker. So some of the things that they might have done that the mover thought was going against the assembly procedures might have been a true and genuine maybe misunderstanding of the procedures of this House, Mr. Speaker. And therefore the relevant committee, and that is the task that we give the committees, to make sure that such kind of bodies are put on their toes and they learn from each other and they give directions, or they also show them what they are supposed to do as per the standing orders of the assembly, Mr. Speaker, so that all of us can move as a team. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that it is worthwhile to approve this report, Mr. Speaker, as it stands. Thank you. I object this motion and request my fellow members not to support this motion. Thank you.
Honorable member, I had promised to give Rokavi, but now I'm seeing the leader, the deputy leader of majority in his feet. Let me give him then Honorable Kelvin, now that you stood when I had pointed at Kelvin. So Honorable Leader, Deputy Leader of Majority, then Honorable Kelvin, then Honorable Dede, in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me this chance to contribute this motion. Mr. Speaker, I'd also want to stand also on a statement of facts, but I'm coming to that upon narrating what exactly I know and what ought to have happened. Mr. Speaker, from the initial stage of this motion before the House, there was a misunderstanding between the House and the members of the public service. And they were summoned in this House, and somehow we agreed and disagreed. After that, Mr. Speaker, some of us agreed that we're going to have a motion of impeachment based on that particular matter. Subsequently, certain consultations were reached at. Of interest to me at that particular time was an issue which was resolved through that consultation. Mr. Speaker, I've seen here allegations against the public service. One of the concerns that made me sign has not been mentioned here, and therefore it was resolved and remained resolved. I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic. If I forgive, I mean I forgive. If I don't, I don't. In that case, when the matter was resolved to our satisfaction and my satisfaction, I did forgive. Mr. Speaker, I have no good reason to support this motion if I have no evidence against the members as per the allegation raised here. The allegation that I was party to is not mentioned here. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, for the member, the mover, and of course the mover knows that I shared with him and I made it very clear that I intend to withdraw my signature of supporting this motion. If you read this affirmation, Mr. Speaker, personally, I'm shocked to hear each member whose name and signature appear herein has informed me that they have sufficiently verified the particulars of the allegation in the impeachment motion. Mr. Speaker, I have not verified those allegations. I only had one allegation that was resolved, and I hereby, therefore, withdraw my signature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kelvin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, for this chance. And I'm surprised, I don't know when the signature was being signed and why some members are running away. But I want to say that the move of the motion, Honorable Ochele, a senior member of this House, a pioneer member of the Assembly, if there's a mistake you have done, and maybe the second mistake after the Rolls-Royce case, it is this mistake of taking this and moving this motion. Because, Honorable Ochele, I want to say that out of emotions, you cannot run an assembly. Just because maybe you are promised something and it's not working, you cannot use emotions to drive the county or the executive. You will fail automatically. And I know why members were angry and the reasons why they were running to sign. Some of us have learned a bitter lesson and we are much more prepared for the worst. And I think many want to join us without knowing how you can join us easily. I want to say, without fear of contradiction, that the only thing the move of the motion failed to address or even inform the members, and I think the Speaker, you need another all-house, what do you call it? Induction. Because I've realized that people don't understand the function of the board, how the payroll, the HR works, the county secretary, these roles of institution that we have in the county government. One of the areas that the move of the motion knowingly chose to ignore is to read the functions of the public service board, or the function of the public service created within the public, that is section 59 of the County Government Act. It will tell you the functions of the County Public Service Board. And if you look at the function, you cannot even assume that the issue on the retirement age is pegged on them. These are different team that is supposed to follow up on the same. If you look at the issue of appointment of the board secretary, they cannot do it by themselves. There's a powerful team on top of them that is supposed to do an appointment. And the major area, the area that the move of the motion never followed well, and many have raised it, is the allegation of bribery. Ochele, as the move of the motion, you have that burden of proof. You need to prove to members through evidence, and even those who claim that they were conned by so and so. You cannot just assume that the entire county public service board are taking bribes. In a way, you are trying to malign the name of Kisumu county government, and above all, you are trying to destroy career and future of very many respected individuals within the board. So if there is no proper evidence, and you cannot even table any evidence before the House or any court of somebody claiming to have paid or given some money in the name of seeking for a job, then you cannot purport or assume that you can accuse anyone of bribery. This report brought, or this motion brought by my colleague, Honorable Ochele, is a good report for study. And if you look at it, it is something that was written with a lot of legal mind, somebody with legal experience. And out of it, the only problem is that he was going round and round without pointing out to the real problem. And for that reason, I think I will even ask the mover, before even other members contribute, to kindly withdraw. And if you allow the motion to reach the end of it, and for those members who signed, don't think that some of us went to Nakuru because of 1, 2, 3, 4 things. It starts by trying to have peer group and peer influence and a lot of move. Then at the end of the day, you realize you have made a mistake, that one day you'll ask yourself, why did I choose to sign just that document? You'll see many of members like Lumumba started withdrawing because he doesn't want to make any mistakes. So, Honorable Otsele, kindly, this motion will not see the end of the day. I oppose the motion.
Honorable Gad Oleva.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, allow me, before I contribute to the motion, to welcome my family in the house and allow them to know that that is where I always disappear when I'm not at home. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this motion in totality. Mr. Speaker, we've been in this assembly for a while now. We've seen the allegations made on the board. Mr. Speaker, because I only have 3 minutes, I want to go to the facts one by one, if you allow me. The first allegation is usurpation of powers, statutory powers. Mr. Speaker, the move of the motion here tells us that the board usurped the powers of the governor in appointing Mr. Collins Odhiambo Agutu. Mr. Speaker, I want the mover and members to know that there's no specific day that the governor will either write to the assembly or write to the board. There's somebody called the county secretary who writes on behalf of the governor. And if the mover has acknowledged the board receiving a letter from the county secretary, then that is the governor. The governor only writes through the county secretary. The assembly can only write to the governor through the county secretary. And therefore, nobody can assume that the governor's powers were usurped because there's a Collins Odhiambo Agutu who is now acting as the secretary to the board, because we have not approved him. He is an acting capacity. This assembly doesn't approve any position in acting capacity. We approve a substantive position, and that is the position we are taking. So I want to tell the mover of the motion that please, that is not an usurpation of powers. The board is right. They didn't do anything wrong, and the board doesn't employ the board secretary. It is the governor through the assembly approval that we get the board secretary. But anybody can be in the acting capacity. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, the number 2, the neglect of statutory duties and contempt of the county assembly. Mr. Speaker, we have been here for the last 1.5 years. If so, we've had 1 December since we came to 2 December since we came to this assembly. Mr. Speaker, the committee that is involved in seeing the papers and reports of the assembly has been here. Today you just read, Mr. Speaker, that you've gotten an audit report for the county. I have not heard anywhere in this assembly where the committee complains that the board doesn't furnish us with the documents, doesn't furnish us with any legal instruments that they should bring to the assembly. And if anything, it should have gone through other processes, not impeachment, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I want to allow members that these are committee reports that should not be used to kill the mentorship and the life of members who work for the Kisumu County government. Therefore, the third one, Mr. Speaker, which also, I don't know whether the mover knows what he's doing or what he was saying with this, that retention of staff beyond mandatory retirement age. Mr. Speaker, the board employees. If somebody is still in payroll today, that is not the role of the board. It is the payroll officers and the human resource who now delegates and knows that so and so is now 60 years. It is not the board to come back to the HR and tell them, so and so is getting 60 years. And if anything, any employment in this county, it is the department that requests the board that we as the health department, we lack 10 nurses. Please employ 10 nurses. It is the revenue office that says we lack 10 revenue officers. Please employ for us 10 revenue officers. It is not the board to decide who they are going to employ and when. It should come from the departments that the board now implement. And if somebody is stealing the payroll, it is not the work of the board, it is the work of the payroll officers and the human resource department. That is not now in the board. Mr. Speaker, the worst of it all is the gross misconduct. And I want this to go on record, Mr. Speaker, because I want to quote. If you say somebody has been bribed or somebody there's a bribery, there should be evidence to that effect. But before the evidence, Mr. Speaker, allow me to bring to the attention of this House that on 24th April 2024 at around 7:17 p.m., the mover of the motion wrote in a social platform where all these members are and said the following, I quote, "When did Ochele become leadership? If I have even failed to convince the board to recruit for me a single village admin, my friend, I hope you are immune to propaganda. If not, then I fear for third assembly." Mr. Speaker, this is somebody who has gone to the board to convince the board to employ for him. Somebody. He is already bribing the board to convince to employ for him personally. Mr. Speaker, then he comes here and tells us because he was not employed for a village admin, now the board should go. Mr. Speaker, can't go that direction. These are personal interests led in perfect personal issues. Everybody here wants to be employed, but they let them follow the rules. He said he wanted the board to help them, and he has been denied the access to employ a village admin. Does that warrant us to take the board away? Mr. Speaker, at times we need to get to know the value of this House. And therefore, the first person who is corrupt, according to my statement, is Honorable Ochele, who went to the board to request for a position of a village admin and was denied the position. And that's why he's now moving a motion to remove the board. So when we are investigating these people, we must first investigate Ochele, who we approached, who we tried to convince, and refuse his emissaries. Mr. Speaker, the last and not least for me is the issue the member has brought a list of members here. Mr. Speaker, in any law where someone has appended a signature, that met the threshold for that thing to come to this House. And today we've seen Honorable Nyaoke withdraw the signature, Honorable Lumumba withdraw the signature. The motion stands still because now it is inadequate. It doesn't meet the threshold to be discussed in this House. The affirmation has been read by my junior Honorable Lumumba Wade. It is not part of it. And therefore it means the mover of the motion fixed his name there without telling the truth of what he wanted to do with this motion. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, let's be vigilant on people who want to use this assembly for their personal interest. I oppose this thing in totality, and I request that we stop it at this point. Let's not move again to bring controversies in this assembly in terms of doing oversight. Thank you.
Honorable Benny Pete, Waiko.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to contribute a little on this report. Mr. Speaker, this motion that has been brought touches on the lives of some people. And when you look at this report, the members of the Kisumu County Public Service Board, how long have they been in the office and what period is remaining? And I want to tell these people, this is the second time this kind of motion is coming to this assembly. 2017, we had the same motion, impeachment of board members then. And I tell you, I was a chairman of Labour. I opposed the motion on the grounds that were brought. And I told them, the grounds you have brought will not stand the test of time. But they insisted. and members scrambled for the ad hoc committee, they were going to get over 100,000. The following week, there was a court injunction. The matter died that way. So we must be careful when we are bringing such matters that touch the lives and the profession of others. To contribute a little, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution has been quoted here a lot. The Kenyan Constitution has been quoted in this report. And I wish there were the specific evidences brought against the members. And this is where you find the judges talking of hot air. When you go to quote the Constitution a lot and you don't give specific evidence on what you are claiming. Mr. Speaker, the report of the Public Service Board is under scrutiny in this House. And I remember 2022 report was brought to this House. That was early last year. I don't know whether the one of 2023 has been brought. And since there's something that has happened in this House, Mr. Speaker, that the Public Service Board, matters of labor in Kisumu County Assembly are now being oversighted by Justice and Law Committee, where Honorable Ochede heads. This could also have brought confusion in this House, Mr. Speaker. The Labor Committee will tell us whether the Service Board has submitted the annual report for 2023. And if it has not been done up to date, that is only one financial year. So if one financial year is delayed, do you sacrifice someone? And what is the position at the Public Service Board now? They don't have the chief officer. They don't have the director of human resource. Those could have contributed to the delayance in preparing that report. What will the other board members do if that is the scenario where they are? Do you bring them here, you send them home? Because the human resource director is not there, the chief executive officer is not there, and whose work it is to appoint the chief officer? It is the governor. So you have the report you have brought, you are simply turning the government of Professor Nyong'o. Because why should the Public Service Board be without an executive? Mr. Speaker, we need to look at the annual report of the Public Service Board, which has been coming here annually. It is only the one of 2023 where I don't know where it is lying. Mr. Speaker, it is said here that the board should work independently. I don't understand what the honorable member means by independent. The board must work in collaboration with the other departments. The board cannot go ahead to employ without getting instruction from the country secretary and in collaboration with the finance department that we have received a report, request from such a department, they want employment to be done. The finance department must confirm the existence of a location to enable the board to employ. So the board does not just work independently, where they wake up and they make decisions. And that is why, when a letter was done to them by the country secretary, but a staff be in an acting capacity, if a mistake was made, it was not the board. The author of the letter should be faced first. Mr. Speaker, matters of bribery are easy to claim. But you cannot claim matters of bribery when you don't have the OB number, when you don't have the case number, and when you want a committee to be formed to go investigate, and you have no leading evidence, where is the committee going to start? Mr. Speaker, the committee cannot start from zero. We must get leading evidence from here. And since they have failed to give us that such people gave bribe, they reported to the police, and this is the OB number, this is a case number, we are stranded. And returning staff beyond the mandatory staff age of 60 years. Mr. Speaker, this was recently raised by the Controller of Budget and Auditor General, that there are 34 staff in Kisumu County who are beyond retirement age. It was last week when this was raised. And this staff, who are they? Are they the political appointees? Or they are people who are recruited through the advertisement? We need to know that. We can't just take it and start accusing the board, and we have not analyzed who these employees are. Let them tell us if they're interested on this, to sacrifice some people, that it is the board who employed them and has refused to release them on attaining the retirement age. Mr. Speaker, this report is very interesting. Mr. Speaker, this report is very interesting. When you call a board member incompetent, what parameters do you consider to call one incompetent? By the time they were being recruited, what were the requirements? And one thing that is being said here is the training of staff. When they were being recruited, was it required that they were capable, they have the qualification to train the staff? Even in this assembly, we are being trained. Speaker organized for us to be trained. The clerk does that and is a lawyer. See, but because he's not a trainer of trainee, that is not his job. His work is to organize for staff to be trained. So when you blame them of being incompetent and you cite that, you are unfair to these members. And then when you say they are incompetent, let us now see. Are you telling us work is not going on at the Public Service Board? Let us have those evidence. If work is not going on there, we have not been told that work is stalled at the Public Service Board, so they are incompetent. It is only a matter of training that we have been told here. But the matter of training needs resources for staff to be trained. And with the scarce resources we have, the problem of scarce resources we have in this government, will you blame a head of a department when training is not offered? We are also not keen when we talk of this. The O&M that the departments get, how much does Public Service Board get on O&M? So that they will use those resources to train their staff. The resources are scarce in this government. So if the staff have not been trained, have not been taken for workshop, that does not mean that the board members are incompetent. But one thing, let me also tell you members, when you impeach an officer at that level, you are killing that person professionally, financially, and that is a person who will not walk with his head high. Because as it is now in Kenya, once you go through impeachment, you are finished. So let us be fair to our people. And let us advance reasons that will stand the test of time. Let us not just be emotional, so and so must go home. Only recruitment, the matter of village admin is being said here. The day it was being handled on the floor of this house, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you quoted a section on that day that stated they will work for 3 years renewable. And that is what the act states. The village admin will work for 3 years renewable. So that implies one can even renew it 10 times. And when, because you are now in that committee, you feel offended with that clause, mobilize the members, influence the members to amend it. Then we shall move. And also the young people who are employed as the village admins, they are also Kenyans, and they are people of this county. Don't you think they will be happy with this assembly, that the assembly wants all of them to go home? Let them go home on their personal mistakes. Let them go home when the executive realizes that they are not performing. That let the assembly not give the kind of picture.
1 minute, Honorable.
Let the assembly not give the picture that we want to send them home en masse. And evidence given by Honorable Guard finishes everything. Honorable members who feel that they want to bring in new village admins, be careful. There are some people who are taking you for a ride. And the day you will realize, the first one is here because we are bringing this motion down. And the next time, you will realize that the recruitment being done there, they are the big beneficiaries. And when they come here, they pinpoint at the board members. So let us be very careful. Let us sit down as elected leaders and agree. But otherwise, that is the scenario we shall be like the way we are now. Mr. Speaker, I've contributed a little.
Honorable Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, ever since I came to this assembly, I was longing to use the word expunge. So I want to start by saying that please expunge my name and signature from that report. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the kind of reports and the motions that we've been bringing to this assembly, it's like we are going backward. If you look at a report that was given by one committee, Trade, the other time, there was from the findings, it wrote that all those members should not vie. And I'm seeing from our report again, we are taking all people from a boat and we want to capsize the whole boat, which is not right. At least, if we want to talk of gross misconduct, at least let us talk about every individual. You can't say that all of them took a bribe at the same time. You can't say that all of them were given bribes without evidence. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about incompetence. And I want to say that all the accusations we are having here, at least we will have been shown or given at least one or two evidences. And so, Mr. Speaker, with all that, a motion without any evidence to show that either one was corrupt or either somebody violated any code of conduct, it is not something we can pass in this honorable house. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to again say that my name and signature should be expunged from that document. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for according me the opportunity to also echo my sentiment concerning the motion on the floor. I start with, first of all, telling my colleagues that before one signs a document, he has to read and know what the content of the document is. We are getting to see that members are now withdrawing themselves from the report which they appended their signature to. So that should be a lesson to our colleagues. To add on that, it seems that the Public Service Board, to my opinion, it seems they are misusing the resources of the county. Why do I say so? We come in the year 2021 while we were in this assembly, there was an advertisement of the ECD teachers which was announced. There was an application of 430 who applied and went for a long-listed, 430 long-listed. Then there was shortlisting. Then interview was done, whereby we were to get 87. The resources of the county were misused because since then, the 87 has never been employed up to date. That means the Public Service Board misuses the resources of the county. To add on that, recently...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order?
Irrelevance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member on the floor is adding another allegation to the accusations laid against the board members, which is misusing public money. Mr. Speaker, I've read through the allegations. and misuse of public funds is not part of them. So unless he wants to publish another motion, then Mr. Speaker, I think he is out of order.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think the member is in order. The misuse is within the allegations raised by the mover of the motion. So I think is within the right. I think Honorable, I will give everybody Peter Iko also chance, and he raised issues on maybe village administration and such like, on employment. So I should not deny Honorable Dede the chance. I think because I had set the precedence on discussion within the same range. So Honorable Dede, but I think Honorable Deputy Speaker is talking about you substantiating the fact. So you proceed, but you should be bold enough to substantiate what you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for supporting me, because for defending me meanwhile. To add on that, we find that concerning the wage bill within the Kisumu County, we find that there are other people holding different offices within the county government, like the CS, which was just...
Point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Whom do you want to inform?
May you resume your seat, please. Mr. Speaker,
whom do you want to inform?
We can't be abstaining to the two of us. I want to inform the honorable member who is on the floor.
Honorable, do you want to be informed?
Mr. Speaker, is either here or there.
Honorable Ngeta, do you want to be informed?
I don't need this information, but if you want to inform the House, he can as well proceed. But this information to me, no. Thank you.
Ngeta, you resume your seat. Proceed. You know you only have 5 minutes, so don't waste a lot of your time. Time assist, Honorable Dede.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Concerning the last speech of the governor and this speech, I think if you go clearly to the answer report, I clearly mentioned of the regional balancing in terms of employment. And here it has been adduced by our colleague that there is no regional balancing within the Kisumu County for employment. With that, Mr. Speaker, concerning the wage bill which you are talking about, there are others performing some function, like the CS currently. We had a CS called John Auma, who was in the office. Then currently he earns the public money. The same office is being held by another person in the office. So it means we duplicate duties for our members. And finally, I remain in
point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ngeta, can you allow the honorable member to conclude?
Mr. Speaker, we cannot proceed like that, Mr. Speaker.
What is it? Who do you want to inform?
I want to inform the honorable member who is on the floor, Mr. Speaker. He's misleading the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, then the CS, Honorable Uma, was substantive CS, and the current CS is acting in acting capacity, Mr. Speaker. Let him be clear, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I think lastly, concerning the extension of our village admins in the office, we found that the public service board decided to extend the office, the work of the village admins in the office, being that they should be in office in a term of 3 years and not renewable. They should be there in 3 years, then they advertise so that verification be done and then being approved by the assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, we see that after they work for 3 years, there's extension. It means the public service board would have reorganized themselves, whereby at that particular time the contract of the village admins were ending. they were in place so that they do the recruitment of other village admins. Otherwise, I support the motion. Thank you.
Of all the members who are standing, let me give Honorable Were, then Honorable Millicent Omuya, then Honorable Ratib Boyton, then Honorable Donija.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to join my colleagues in rejecting this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm also joining the list of members who are expunging their names from the list, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when this list was going around, the content of the motion was never there.
Then why did you say?
Yes, we did not even read to know what was going to come before the House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Of information, Mr. Speaker.
Allegations.
Honorable Dede, your time was up. Whom do you want to inform?
The honorable member on the floor.
Honorable member, where do you want to be informed?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do not need any information from
Honorable Dede, receive your seat.
I need to inform the House, Mr. Speaker. Can I inform the House?
Honorable Dede, what is it, Honorable Were? What do you want to inform the House?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's procedurally to those who went to school and found that before you append your signature in any of the documents, perhaps you are going to be killed, you have to read the content before you place your signature. It means you are in it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have already said that I'm expunging my name and my signature from that motion and that report. Mr. Speaker, there are some serious allegations, and serious allegations must be accompanied by serious evidences, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we talk about bribery, we must be having affidavits, sworn in affidavits, by the people who gave out money to respective individuals, showing that I bribed and I paid such amount to that individual, Mr. Speaker. There is none. And Mr. Speaker, some of my colleagues also quoted that if you have a court case, somebody extorted money from you and did not return the favor, you must have reported that matters to the police, and you have the AOB, the OB numbers, which is not there, Mr. Speaker. I therefore also join my colleagues in rejecting this report, this motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm standing to put my voice on the motion. I'm going to oppose the motion. I have reasons. In the whole of this house, I was once a staff. And I was a staff that worked with these people. Funnily, today I'm realizing that I was working with a team of fools. I was a staff of these people. I know Aluoka is a lawyer. I know Madam Oyare. I know Madam Jocinta. I know Dr. Orot. And I know Babu Karan, who before being the chairman of the board was the manager of the Senate office and was once a senior teacher. Funnily today, these are people who are incompetent. I worked in that board with those people for more than 2 years till I requested for a deployment. I can say strongly that there's no single day CIDs or policemen came to arrest any of them because of bribery. And it's too unfortunate. These are parents. What I would wish to say, like now we are all in this house. Suppose Millicent has done a wrong thing. Let us not kill the whole house because of one person. And in case there is anybody who has messed there, let's wait for that time for that person to carry his own burden. When you look at that team, look at the age of somebody like Mr. Babu. Most of them are on their retirement age. When after this meeting we want to do a report and tell them that you are no longer staffs of this county, expect death announcements that will follow very soon. So at times, as members of the assembly, let's learn to be human. Let's learn to be human. Let's leave these people, finish their term, they go in peace, and we avoid unnecessary wars. Thank you so much.
Robochelle, I think you are taking notes. You will have a whole 20 minutes for reply.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As a senior member, Mr. Speaker, when I stand midst a debate, then it means there's something that I want to clarify. Then maybe other decisions shall follow later. Just allow me to say something, Mr. Speaker, because it is necessary that I do what I intend to do at this point and juncture. Mr. Speaker, I hope you've been keen as members debate, and there's only one area which I want to clarify on, which I've been hearing repeatedly. I'm not responding, but I'm just making a rejoinder on my earlier contribution, Mr. Speaker, so that we can get a direction before we go further into the debate. Mr. Speaker, we've been debating a report, but what I moved is not a report, but I moved a motion. Mr. Speaker, with the motion, the only thing which is required is the content which I provided. And Mr. Speaker, I did just provide, but it is content which was provided by the people who appended their signatures in this motion. And Mr. Speaker, it is very shocking to learn.
The way I'm seeing is like you are replying. Because
Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify that there's a very distinct difference between a report and a motion. But this House has been guided to be debating a report which requires a bundle of annexures, which is not a requirement in a motion, Mr. Speaker. Motions do not require annexures. And Mr. Speaker, if you check at this motion, the authors indeed indicated that the evidences and exhibits shall be provided as this matter progresses. Mr. Speaker, this was just an initial stage. There's a stage where, if at all, it passed, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. I assume your seat. Honorable Chele, I get you, but the manner in which you are going is like you are giving a reply. I think just take notes. Jack, take notes. You will have, I think, the highest number of minutes in making your reply. And the reply you will clarify to the members. Or you can whisper what you want to convey to the member next to you to convey. You are the mover of the motion. So just hold on. Let members debate. We'll give you time to reply. In your reply, you may convince the members otherwise. But in the meantime, let's take that time to give the members who want to debate. Who was on the floor? Honorable Chele, you brought a motion to the House. And if you were to withdraw the motion, it was before we start the debate. There is no way you can withdraw a motion when you're already debating. So just receive your seat. I promise to give you time to make a reply. Let's not take the time for the other members who want to contribute. Remember, we have another motion that is coming. So please, if you get time, please just hit to your point directly and you will receive your seats. Honorable Whip.
No, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I don't want to deal with the issues of the law or the county government acts or related statutes, but I want to base my argument on basic principles. Mr. Speaker, it was only the other day when we took a whole week in Nairobi at Pride in Aju, being inducted on the procedures of this House and the consequences of our actions thereto. Mr. Speaker, as the whip of the majority party together with the majority leader, we have an uphill task of representing the government in this House. As you know that the government is represented by the majority leader and equally the whip who is to ensure that government issues are passed in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, the content of this motion qualifies an acronym in the social media that the Kisumu County Assembly should be disbanded. Reason, the honorable members, even ranking honorable members who have served in this assembly are signing a document without reading the document. 2 weeks ago we are inducted. That qualifies that statement. Mr. Speaker, before a member signs a document on impeachment, it's good that the Honorable Gado Lima, here the kids, and the kid is of Kisumu who are supposed to legislate and oversight the government, behaving in a manner which has been witnessed today. Mr. Speaker, we need to apologize to the residents of Kisumu County who elected us. Because once a person is impeached, we have career personalities here. Charles Babu Karan, who has been a teacher who retired. Jacinta Kapi, a career civil servant. Professor Kochung, a lecturer in one of our universities. Dr. Orot, alumni of Maseno University and a pronounced agriculturalist. And Mr. Aloka, who's an advocate of High Court. The consequences are that you cannot hold an office anywhere in this republic. We impeach the speaker here, the Honorable Nyangolo, he cannot hold an office here. And a member signs a document, Mr. Speaker, without going through that document. That one leaves a lot to be desired on our members, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, equally, the other day, the Honorable Kennedy Ajuang read a report here. And some members of that committee were not present in this honorable House to articulate as to why they wanted to subject that report to this House. Today again, members who signed this document, as the whip I was monitoring, around 10 members are absent. Mr. Speaker, yet you want somebody to be impeached, which means they are not taking the proceedings of this House seriously, Mr. Speaker. You want to subject an individual, a professional, to those consequences. Yet you are not in this House to talk about those issues. Mr. Speaker, that again leaves a lot to be desired. Some members, like my friend, my leader, the Honorable Lumumba, whom equally read this thing. And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Lumumba is a member of the House Business Committee, where this motion was subjected.
Honorable Lumumba, I think you were microphone. What is the point of order, Honorable Lumumba?
Speaker, the way my leader...
Honorable Lumumba, what is the point of order?
The point of order is, Mr. Speaker, that...
No, Honorable Lumumba, receive your seat. Yes.
The honorable member can still repeat what I've already clarified. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Leader of Majority, just receive your seat. Honorable Deputy Leader, I think if I'm not wrong, the Honorable Whip started by saying the Honorable Lumumba, but I didn't get the subsequent statement. So I think it's in order that we listen to what he's saying first. If it is related to what you are saying, then we can make a direction.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the Honorable Lumumba Wade is rushing. I just wanted to say that the Honorable Lumumba Wade is a member of the House Business Committee. Before this motion found itself into this House, it passed through the House Business Committee. And I think Honorable Lumumba could have made his comments. I'm now lecturing him as a ranking member of this House. You know, he's new. You could have made your remarks in the House Business Committee rather than coming and exposing yourself in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, just keep cool. I'm teaching you parliamentary practices because you are new. I think the Honorable God was lecturing you the other time and you were complaining. Now get facts right. Mr. Speaker, however, I respect the Honorable Ochele, the mover of this motion, and the Honorable Dede.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority
Honorable Lumumba, I think what is
is misleading the House, and you are aware that this particular document, I am the one who stood here and read the order of the week, and it was never read here. That is also itself a problem.
Honorable Lumumba Wade, I want to rule you out of order. The Honorable Whip has not done any mistake in what he has given. It is the responsibility of me as the Speaker to sign orders that come to the Assembly, to the House Business. So I think the Honorable Whip, you proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was praising the Honorable Chele for being brave enough to bring this motion in this honorable House. However, there are issues which have been raised by all honorable members, including members who signed this document. And I also want to praise the Honorable Dede. You stand firm, you stood firm and supporting this document. We should have members like that. But Mr. Speaker, this document should have never found itself in this house. Because when you are talking about incompetence, Mr. Speaker, these gentlemen have been competent enough in the second government, where they recruited people, they recruited chief officers, directors, whose their time came to an end. And we cannot talk about incompetence at the tail end of their term. These gentlemen are just going home next year, April. Why don't we wait for their term to expire rather than killing their career in the name of impeachment? Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the government to oppose this motion in totality. Thank you.
Honorable, the Honorable Leader of Majority, or you are given to Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think there is nothing wrong if he contributes after me. But I want to donate my 3 minutes to Honorable Regina. I've seen her rising twice, and maybe you've not noticed her. So if you allow me, I can donate 3 minutes.
Honorable Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Dari, resume your seat. Show me some respect.
What is it, Honorable Dari?
But Honorable Speaker, I don't think now if you are on the right direction, because
Honorable Dari, why am I in the wrong direction?
It was Honorable Mildred, then Boyton, then Udari. But in between here, I've seen you are giving.
Honorable Dari, you are just right. But you see, when the Leader of Majority stands, I have no otherwise but to give him a chance. And when I gave him chance, he donated to Regina, Honorable Regina Kizito. So that is what I followed, Honorable Dari.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Majority. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this with the strongest terms possible, that as an assembly, let us not shame ourselves. Let us be the legislators that we were elected to be. And I would like to urge the mover of the motion, Honorable Chele, that before you bring a motion to the House, kindly have strong evidences. And especially in the case of bribery, that he even quoted that during the appointment of the CECs, that there were so many bribes that took place. If I refer to the case of the DG of Kisii County, the case that was brought before the Senate, that there were some bribes that took place, and there was even somebody who came there and said that he sent money to the DG through M-Pesa. That was a very strong case, Mr. Speaker. And on this one again, I would like to urge the members of this county assembly that before we bring a motion like that in the assembly, please let us have strong evidences. These are fathers to their children. These are people who are in some positions in the society, that when we want to accuse them falsely of bribes without clear evidences to show that they really did it, Mr. Speaker, I think it is very wrong. And if right now the Public Service Board decides that to take this matter to the court, that it is defamation, Mr. Speaker, we will not blame them for doing that to the mover of the motion. So please, members, as Regina Atieno Kizito, I stand to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Honorable Leader of Majority.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
This is the Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the whole honourable majority is going to speak, and there are some members who also want to speak. Can the honourable majority speak last? That is the request.
Honorable majority, that's a request from the honorable member,
Thank
but
you.
I'm aware based on the procedural motion, you still have some more time.
Thank you.
But there's a request if you can speak last, so it's upon you to make that decision.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I've seen Honorable Dari want to speak, Honorable Joachim Mukech, Honorable Ratibo Iton, and Honorable Nerea Okombo. So, also Honorable Jenny Fobonya. So, if you're okay, I will give them time, then I will conclude. Thank you.
Honorable Joachim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very short because we want to give our majority leader more time to present. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes when I look at Honorable Chele, is a senior alumni, I think, of Egerton University, and I think we are alumni together with you and majority leader and maybe other members that I'm not aware of. So I've known him as somebody who is very firm on his decisions, which at least he has manifested here today. But I've never known him as somebody who is very rash, as somebody again who glows over issues. So today, as alumni of Egerton, I think he has embarrassed us in front of all these members for bringing such a motion, and in front of the public and even members who are in diaspora watching. I can see they are commenting, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Sami is very active. Honorable Adega cannot even sleep. I don't know why he's more concerned. I think there is something behind it. He's not sleeping wherever he is. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, Honorable Ochele is known to be very sly. And that is why I just wanted to mention areas where he's running away from the same facts that he did provide in this house. He was standing and trying to respond, but as he was concluding his statement, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chele did read that evidence and exhibits in support of the motion shall be adduced. So he happened here has used a word that he personally does not understand. And he said, shall be adduced in fulfillment of the requirement of Standing Orders number 65, part 6. So he's the one contravening the same standing orders, because if you look at the synonyms of adduced, then meaning he was saying he will produce, which he has failed to produce and table on this floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was very keen as Honorable Chele was reading the report. And you know, sometimes we read words, but we don't attach value or a meaning to the same words that we read. He was reading serious violation of the law. It does not mention violation of the law. Again, it does not talk of misconduct, but it talks of gross misconduct. So I think Honorable Chele has grossly himself violated the same articles that is accusing the same board members of having violated. Mr. Chele is talking of these board members contravening Section 29 of Leadership and Integrity, giving false information. He cannot provide proofs and evidence of bribery and all other allegations that he has given us here. So I think if we look at whoever is giving us wrong information here is none other than Honorable Ochele, who is contravening Section 29 of the Leadership and Integrity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, we cannot say that all the board members received bribe at the same time. All of them were incompetent at the same time. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Babu Karan happened to have been my teacher. He was the head teacher of Area Primary School. Mr. Speaker, I also have 2 lecturers in the same board. And there are people who are known as people of high integrity. So we cannot subject them, number one, to malice. We cannot subject them, people of high repute, to witch hunt. Number three, we cannot subject them to generality of the same status of law that we stand here to uphold. So I think this report, if you look at it, Mr. Speaker, one, if you look at the mood of this report, it is driven by anger. Number two, this report is driven by malice. Number three, Mr. Speaker, this report is driven by selfish interest. And therefore, this report serves the selfish interest of individuals. And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to use very big English. That number one, this report is frivolous, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say that this report is unsumptuous, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say that this report is unpalatable, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of this House. And Mr. Speaker, going by the mood of this House, and if you look at the technicality of this report, majority of the members who signed have withdrawn, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, for us to save the face of this House, you've worked tirelessly, trained these members, taken them for trips, taken them for benchmarking. Mr. Speaker, we will not stand here and look at fellow members embarrass this House in the eyes of the public. Mr. Speaker, this motion should not stand up to the tail end. We call upon Honorable Ochele, just throw in the towel. Sometimes we do not die by withdrawing our statements or calling our tail and accepting that we made a mistake. Withdraw this report, and if at one day you have enough evidence, then bring it on the floor of this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may God bless you.
Honorable T, I can let Honorable, I know, I had said you go first, let Adorija go, then you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to take this opportunity to apologize to our governor, Professor Peter Nyong'o, and to this assembly, to these honorable members, and the member of the board. I appended my signature, that is 2 weeks ago, but I want to state it here categorically that when we were signing, we were given a paper. It was a paper. There was nothing written that we can go through. That is what they brought to us when we left this assembly. And on top it was written Kisumu County Assembly. And whoever was moving with that paper was Honorable Adega. If you look at this, the last page, I think I'm number 17. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the affirmation of the mover, number 2, which states that each member whose name and signature appear herein has informed me that they have sufficiently verified the particulars of the allegation in the impeachment motion, which is wrong. They never gave us any document that we can go through so that we can append our signatures. Once again, I'm very sorry for that. I've seen gross misconduct, bribery. Today we are being told that those people, these 6 people who have been mentioned here, they were asking for bribery. It is this assembly, these honorable members who are asking those people money. They took our signatures to go and bargain with. They even go as far as, that is the reason why I'm withdrawing my signatures from here. They even go as far as asking money, $500,000 to somebody who is in the bed, who is sick, which is very wrong. They even go as far as, even, I don't know, 2 days after that, they asked for 400,000, which should not be the case. You cannot take my signature and go and bargain with outside there. I've never taken bribe from anyone since I was born. That is very, very bad. Then another thing, I think gross misconduct, the mover should bring us the evidence to show that these people, they misbehaved in the office. If you look at the gross misconduct, we have, I want to read only 5 of them: sexual harassment, theft, and violence. I don't know whether they had sex there, but in the office, under gross misconduct. Those are the evidence that we want in the flow of this assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rest my case. But once again, I want my signature and my name to be removed from that, to be expunged from this paper. And I also would like to request my friend, my good friend, Honorable Warindo, to be part of those members who have expunged their names and signature in this motion. Kindly.
Honorable Whiteon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About this debate, and I don't need to repeat much. But Mr. Speaker, there's a day I was in the lounge, and a list was brought to me, bearing names of some members of this honorable house. I was told to sign the list. Mr. Speaker, I asked about signing of a list without any document. Mr. Speaker, I was told very clearly that we are sending the Public Service Board home. So just sign. But again, Mr. Speaker, I did not sign. I told the honorable member that for me to sign, I need clear, concrete evidence why the board should be sent home. This was not provided to me, and that makes the reason why I did not sign the list. It's quite unhealthy, Mr. Speaker, if at all there are members who signed the list without actually going through what they are signing against. I think this is a lesson that we should learn. We have seen several reports sometimes, Mr. Speaker, that come in the floor of the House from committees, and you find members of those committees just sign the document without even going through the document. So when the report is read in the House, you find that sometimes they cannot even debate on the same document. That is the problem that took us out of, that made us not understand why we were signing that document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to encourage the mover of this motion. I believe and I know there may be some problems with the Public Service Board. And it is in the public domain that there are some problems with the Public Service Board. But the problem that the mover may have done, he did not collect concrete evidence as to back his argument. In law, it is said, proving beyond reasonable doubt. So for that matter, Mr. Speaker, I ought to have supported Honorable Chele, but I don't, because he has no reasonable doubt to support his accusation. Lastly, Lastly, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Ochele is one of the best debaters in this house. I want to encourage him. Honorable Ochele, go back, collect the evidence as required, and bring back the motion in this house. We will support where necessary. But in the meantime, I'm sorry, I'm not with you. Thank you.
Honorable Nerea, then Honorable Komudo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go into the repetition of the charges because those have been sufficiently debated upon and treated with the contempt that they deserve by almost all the speakers that have been to the floor. Mr. Speaker, mine is very simple. Granted, the law gives us the mandate of oversight. But, Mr. Speaker, oversight does not connotate impeachment of public officers. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that, yes, the Constitution provides that we can call members of the executive if we feel there's something they're not doing right. And, Mr. Speaker, inviting members of the public, members of the executive, whether board or chief officers or CC members, it does not mean that we call them here with a view of sending them home. Mr. Speaker, when we call them here, we check on where have we gone wrong, what can we do to make them right. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we consider all possible solutions to the prevailing issues or challenges. Then we consider the consequences as well, Mr. Speaker, alternatives that can be given, and make needed adjustments so as to drive this county forward and provide services that the people want, instead of witch hunting and behaving in a manner to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we are here to trade. Mr. Speaker, there are some claims here which I don't want to go into, but if that same yardstick were to be used against the members by the public, Mr. Speaker, would we be here today? I don't think so. When somebody says that members' funds have been embezzled or misused, Mr. Speaker, the public accuses these members every day of misusing or rather embezzling project funds. But is it true? So, Mr. Speaker, we should use the same yardstick that if used against us, then, Mr. Speaker, we will consider it fairly. And, Mr. Speaker, I've checked the list of members that signed. Mr. Speaker, there were 22 members, 9 of whom have withdrawn. I've talked to Warindo, he has withdrawn. Honorable Were has withdrawn. Honorable Nyaoke has withdrawn. Honorable Billy has withdrawn. Honorable Fujo has withdrawn. Honorable Komudo has withdrawn. Honorable Odari has withdrawn. Honorable Ajuan Kennedy has withdrawn. And Honorable James Omolo has withdrawn. That is 9 out of 18. Another 9, Honorable Jagongo, Honorable Sami, Honorable Adega, who was the author of this before Honorable Ochele assumed it, Honorable Matara, Honorable Onditi, Honorable Okoyo, Honorable Ouko, and Honorable Alando are conspicuously missing for whatever reasons, whether in official duty or not.
Ann Ochola. As resume your seats, except Honorable Ann Ochola, who is on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to inform the Speaker, I'm not one you can call my name. I'm not saying anything. I'm the one who signed. You are not signed for my name. So it is my time.
Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm
Order, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, it is my time. I'm going to say if I'm resign or rather than.
Can I wind up?
I want you to wind up. I think I want to request you to keep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm winding up, and I'm saying.
Yes, a bit, Honorable Nerea. As you conclude, I want to request that you maybe avoid speaking on behalf of other members. But again, honorable members, I want to refer you to Standing Order number 66-5. When a motion is coming to an assembly of such nature, so long as you have appended your signature, you cannot withdraw. And it says that any signature appended to the list as provided under paragraph shall not be withdrawn. So I hope you stand guided. We will proceed procedurally, and I want to request you to desist from speaking on behalf of other members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oblige and I respect. And Mr. Speaker, all those members that have seen that this motion does not meet the threshold and is therefore malicious, witch hunting, and is meant to serve selfish interest, may go with us to division when that time comes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I want you to be cognizant of the fact that we also have another motion, but I'm seeing that there's now a repetition. But I saw the leader of majority on his foot. So, majority leader, you have to be cognizant of the fact that we have another motion. We are giving time to the deputy.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ningependa kusema Public Service Board wa Kisumu hawana corruption, sababu hakuna siku mmoja wetu walienda huko akaitiswa pesa. Ningeuliza mwenye kuleta motion, mimi kama deputy whip, ye mwenyewe aliniambia aliandikiwa watu, la kwanza kutoka kwa health watu 5, kutoka kwa agriculture watu 3, kwa revenue watu 3. Hebu tueleze uliitishwa pesa ngapi ndio waandike au watu wote? Na tena Bwana Speaker, mimi kama deputy whip, ni kweli Honorable Wadega aliniletea paper ili ni sign. Ningependa kuomba waheshimiwa wenzangu, kabla hauja sign, kwanza angalia chenye imeandikwa kwa hiyo paper. Mimi nilisema nilipewa kiongozi kama deputy whip, siwezi nikasign kabla sijauliza party yenye alinipea hiyo kazi wa deputy whip. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuambia waheshimiwa wenzetu, hii mjadala nimekataa kabisa. Muende mujaribu tena mukio tafuta evidence ya kutoza ili mulete tuvunge mkono. Asanteni sana.
Majority, you've donated a lot of your time, so if you can summarize in 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to do any repetition, but I want to start by congratulating the members. I think I'm seeing for the first time members are united in this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on some very key areas. If you look at the opening remarks of the threshold that is required to remove the members of the board, under Article 251, 1 of 2010, read with tandem with sections 58, 5 of the County Government Act 2012, there are 4 areas that are required to remove the board. One talks about bankruptcy. I have not seen in this motion where the mover has talked of insolvency. There is no member among these members of the Two, Honorable Speaker, it talks about mental incapacity to perform functions. Board are mentally incapacitated. Three, there is this area where the members accused, the movers accused the board of gross misconduct. Under this threshold, one, it talks about theft. Among the 6 members of the board, none has been accused of theft anywhere. None has been accused of any physical violence in their working places. This board. I want to say that this board is composed of very competent personalities, as has been mentioned by my colleagues. If you look at them, Charles Babu Karan, that is a very known former senior teacher. When you talk of Nation Aloka, that is a very esteemed advocate of the High Court, a man of great repute. If you look at Stephen Orot, with a PhD holder in the field of agriculture. So I want to say that all these members of the board qualified to be members of the board. And I want to say that as we speak now, we have directors and chief officers serving in the executive that were recruited by these members of the board. So we have no reason to say that they are incompetent. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that it is the work of the Director of Human Resource in the executive that is responsible to forward the names for removal of anybody, any employee that has reached retirement age to the payroll department for removal. It is not the work of the County Public Service Board. Honorable Speaker, I know we have taken much time, but I want to say that this motion has not met the threshold that is required to remove. And I want to ask all the members present, all the members, to shoot down this motion and the mover to take his time and look at it and see it fit that this motion cannot see the light of the day. I rest my case, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Honorable Speaker. Many thanks to the honorable members. Going by the circumstances, as anybody can witness, may I call to reply. Many thanks once more.
Honorable Moses Ochele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I take this opportunity now to stand on my feet as a real warrior. Mr. Speaker, I've been keen in watching and reading books related to wildlife. Normally, I love the behavioral manner of the lion. The king lion rarely goes to hunt, but if the lioness does. But when the lioness faces serious obstacles or danger, they rush back and fall to the lion. The lion will never run to any other person, but carries or conducts the war to the bitter end, even if it means taking the last breath to protect what he believes should be protected. Mr. Speaker, I want to just start by commending members for having freely debated on this motion. I'm saying freely debated because it was like a choreographed debate where I want to believe for once this assembly has been resonating in the same idea from the beginning to the end. Mr. Speaker, I just want to start by saying that I'm not the author of the motion. I didn't go to hunt, but I was lying down waiting for the meat to be brought by the team that went hunting. Mr. Speaker, in this team that went hunting, composed of a ranking member of the leadership of this house, and is the person who roped me in last minute. And if you can check the list, I'm at number 22, the very last, and in fact towards the end of last week, or early this week, Honorable Limumbo Wade. And it is very embarrassing to find a deputy majority leader saying that he signed without reading. Then why was he mobilizing people, even as late as yesterday, to support this motion? It is very unfortunate that if I were you, my senior, I would have just kept quiet and not allow any member of this house to know that I'm that incapacitated in making decisions. I'm sorry to have used that word, but that is the truth. Don't ever do that. It is demeaning to your capability. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my two leaders, the majority leader and the chief whip. They've never bothered with me, whether to lure me to shoot down the motion or to proceed. We've been meeting in the corridors, shaking hands, more so with the chief whip, Mr. Speaker. But majority leader, since the motion started, could hardly face me. When he sees me, he turns his head. I don't know why. Maybe that is his style of leadership, but I commend him for that, because I'm learning him more. But the chief whip is jovial, we share, but not matters of this report. Mr. Speaker, the motion tabled today afternoon, Mr. Speaker, is not a report. Like any other motion, Mr. Speaker, members come with motions, no evidence, but the Speaker directs that the CEC member relevant comes and justifies or disowns such a motion. This is not exceptional. Like any other, no motion has ever been full with annexures. And if you read standing orders, Mr. Speaker, the motion in fact should be very brief. The only convincing thing is that if the motion indeed met the threshold. Looking at the motion, Mr. Speaker, our standing order states that 16 of our members, once they sign, that is the threshold for ownership of the motion. Then the content, and I've not heard any member say that the threshold in terms of numbers was biased or we didn't meet it. I've not heard any member saying that the allegations here are not worth debating. They all took their time, debated it. And in fact, everybody, even the ones who have not debated, wanted to. Mr. Speaker, I want to state that in this assembly, when the Committee of Justice and Legal Affairs held their session combined with Labor, Mr. Speaker, there was a very, very bright error committed by the Public Service Board. And it is in the Hansard where even the Chief Whip ordered the CC member to vacate the House. It was not me who was chairing, but it was from the members, including the Chief Whip today. Now I'm shocked that that day the Service Board committed grievous offense by allowing the one they termed as a stranger to be in the House. And they compelled me to give orders that CC, the acting CC member, goes out. And he did, he went out. Today, The board, the very board is a saint. That CEO is a saint. The person who is at fault is the mover of the motion, not the very member who contributed on this subject, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I love my brother, the upcoming lawyer, Honorable Kelvin Oraro. It is good you are determined to be a lawyer tomorrow, and I promised you, you'll represent me. But start by getting hold of facts. My brother, I'm very much aware of my roles, and I'm very much aware of what I'm doing, and I know that I brought a motion, not a report. Therefore, emotional. I've never done anything when I have emotions. I do my things when I'm very sober because I can defend the positions I take. Honorable Guard, I want to comment on your contributions because, as usual, you're the same Honorable Guard. But because we have visitors, I'll excuse you because I know. I know what has transpired, and you know that I know. Therefore, being my brother, I'll not go further by stating what I know that you know. Honorable Speaker, my brother Honorable Eko, the astute debater, stated that all these things brought before this house are hot air. I was smiling all through, but when I heard him mention that term hot air, I felt like my adrenaline was getting out of control, because that is a term that I don't want to be repeated. But if you find or you hear somebody who keep on repeating that word hot air, then you know where he belongs. He's still celebrating the judgment of 202 elections. I'm not part of that, and I'm sorry for him to have been comfortable and persistently using such blunders. Mr. Speaker, he continued referring to this motion as a committee, that this committee to do what? This motion is a private member-sponsored motion. It was not sponsored by any other committee. If anybody wants to mention anything about the motion, you mention the 22 of us, and on top you put the mover, which is myself. So we didn't make a committee. Everybody signed on his or her own volition. Mr. Speaker, I love my younger brother, Honorable Bill. He pretends to be shy, but very intelligent. And Mr. Speaker, one thing which is today very synonymous with my brother Honorable Bill is to learn the word I withdrew. He went to Nairobi, led by my brother Honorable Gad, received the money, posed for a photograph, accepted that projects will be done by the national government in his ward, but when in that way, then I don't think you'll go far. Learn to be consistent in your operations. Mr. Speaker, I had commented on my brother Honorable Adui. But if you want to get where intelligence lies, more so in tackling matters like this, today if I had a trophy I would have given to the Chief Whip. It was very real. It was very real because there are pretenders in this house. You sign something, after reading it, today you come here and you say, it wasn't me. So who was he? So whip, that is good. And being the whip, I think you are doing your marking. Those who can run away when the temperatures in the kitchen are hotter. But some of us, like Honorable Chimbley,
Honorable Chele, who is Rebadui?
who didn't pronounce themselves to not to be part of this process, because that is what strong beings are made of. If you are made to be strong, you stand to be counted. Thank you. Those few members who remain to be counted. Honorable Regina, I think some members said that it is good, Mr. Speaker, you took us for training and you've been taking us for training as committees and as General Assembly House. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Regina, you need further induction. I have not committed any crime to be taken to court. I'm just doing my legislative law role. If members, my colleagues, so wish that that motion cannot pass, so be it. But you cannot say that if the board wishes to take me to court. How many things have we said in this house? How many things do we legislate? So I think that certain terms you should rub from your tongue as a young upcoming legislature. Honorable Swaga, is gone. Anyway, I wanted to say something for his ears, but now that he's gone, I commend him for the advice. But I think if anybody talks of emotions, I think on Swaga, from our conversation in the afternoon, I think you carried something, and I want you to share it this afternoon. Honorable Dari, and Honorable Bill, they're the same. They're the same. So I'm not worried when Honorable starts to speak, because him and denial is one and the same. Honorable Boyton, you are mature. You are very mature. I was not present when they were luring you to sign. And I've never touched this list till today. Not today, till 16th. Till today, 22nd, when I've touched it. This is the second time, and the first time was 16th when I signed it. But some of us, we were privileged to get it. And it is good, your conscience was very clear that you could sign what you don't understand. But for those of us who signed and canvassed for this report, take a cue from Honorable Boyton, who is always cautious, but debates very soberly. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to talk much about Deputy Speaker. He's my boss, and I know the steps she took before even she knew that I would be the mover, and that is commendable. As a leader, you must whip your team to the direction that you feel is best for you. Thank you. The first step for a process that will call for evidence. Just the way I said, motions, you don't touch evidences and exhibits on motions. But once it is approved, the burden of proof stands with the mover. And I am the mover. I'm not a madman just to come up with these things without knowing the head or the tail. I'm quite aware of the implications in this house, and therefore, if this is right now, then the Speaker will pronounce it passed, and the House will form an ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee will study these allegations, invite the accused persons in the presence of the mover. At that stage, Mr. Speaker, that ad hoc committee will proceed only and only if the mover provides evidence, but not at this stage. How I wish we could have been fair to the citizen of Kisumu County, because people out there are waiting. Some are waiting to vilify me or those who signed. Some are waiting with heavy evidences and exhibits on these allegations. But because we've been whipped to debate the way we've debated, We've denied the people of Kisumu a chance to air their frustrations, their benefits, and the dream they have for a recruiting organ, that is the County Public Service Board. And I know outside there, people who are watching are wondering what material, what substance we are made of, because if there's a process where the public can defend themselves, it's a stage where we have another committee where every member who wishes to testify is free to come. But with the service board, we should not die. We should not suffocate ourselves in defending them, because if all that is contained in this motion is false, they have a long time to defend themselves freely. They bring counter. If we talk of engaging employees beyond 34 years, they have the payroll. If we say that they are corrupt, they have been soliciting for bribes, for that bit to be there, we have evidences which cannot be put today. But given a chance, these evidences will flow. If we say gross violation of the Constitution, obviously what I was mentioning, like the CEO, who gave them power to hire a CEO? Who gave them power? Now to tell him, instead of acting, now be substantive. Instead of signing AG, sign CEO and secretary to the board. If that is no violation of the law, then I'm wondering if I don't understand anything to do with the law. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to bore members because time has gone, but I'm praying, my biggest prayer, that if not for anything else, individually, we should mobilize our souls to give this motion a chance. Then avail yourselves when these personalities mentioned today appear before that other committee, which will just be composed of members of this House. None of the other committee members will come from outside. All of them will be picked from this House. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I plead that as mature legislatures, we give a chance to this motion. And the motion, the title reads, Motion on Removal from Office of Members of Kisumu County Assembly. Without going to anything else, Mr. Speaker, what carries the content, the main subject matter, is the head of a document. The head does not talk of any impeachment. There's a big difference when the head talks of impeaching members of the Public Service Board and when it talks of removal. So there's a mix-up there. We are simply proposing, under this motion, we are simply proposing the intention of removing the members of County Public Service Board, not impeachment. That should go on record and it should be used as a reference in further deliberations in this floor of the House. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I want to believe that East Kanopi people are happy and celebrating that the position they gave me as an MCA, I have not disappointed them because I don't withdraw. I don't renege on something I've started. And I'm fighting for them because when I talk of recruitment, I want those who voted for me, who equally qualify as any other person, be given equal chance. And I want a situation whereby, Mr. Speaker, if head count be done, I want to see members of East Kanopi ward being counted on equal measure as anybody else, as any other from any other ward, Mr. Speaker. And that, I stand for my people. I don't stand for myself. I heard Honorable Chief Whip talk of a lot of things. How I wish, as a leader, you didn't pronounce those things. They are not like you, and they are too young for you to carry them. Those are simple propaganda and simple diversionary tactics. Avoid them because you are a leader. You are worth more than that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to reply.
Honorable members, and now that the motion removal from office of members of the Kisumu County Service Board pursuant to Article 251(1) and Article 75 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Section 58(5) of the County Government Act 2012, and the provisions of the County Assembly standing orders have been moved, seconded, and debated. Honorable members, as per our standing order, I want to put a question. But before I put a question, I want to make some clarification on the manner of handling inquiries of grounds raised for removal of member of the County Service Board. Honorable members, I want to again remind us that the motion on the removal of members of the Kisumu County Public Service Board from office was moved in this House. And you can recall to the Section 58 of the County Government Act and Article 251(1). It provides for threshold of removal of such members from office, but it do not provide for threshold of introduction of such motion or debate. But again, refer yourself to Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya, which provides for fair hearing of any member falling within such motion. Honorable members, we refer ourselves to precedents that have been set in other jurisdictions, including county assemblies, some of them being Kisii County Assembly. There is a Bungoma County Assembly. Which provides for the removal of office of CC members, which was modified in those sections for the same. Honorable members, the threshold that was introduced was a third of the members, which I think, as per the motion you are seeing, 22 members signed with the allegations thereof. Now, when such motions passes the first stage, which we are in today, pursuant to standing order number 65(6), then the motion moves to the next level. And in the next level, it talks about formation of a committee, ad hoc committee, or plenary within 7 days, whichever way the assembly shall resolve. In the plenary or in the committee, they shall develop their terms of reference, which includes presenting the evidence, inviting the accused for them to defend their case, either individually or with the lawyers, writing a report, bringing to this House for debate, and by the end of the day, there is a threshold of 75% of all members being in support of that report for us to proceed. Honorable members, the reason why I'm bringing to your attention this manner of handling such motion is because it's not a usual motion. It is a motion that is touching on the rights of the persons who are in office, and therefore there must be fair hearing. You can allow the honorable member to sit. Allow the honorable member to get in and sit. Just take the nearest seat, Honorable Ann. Honorable members, I am raising that issue on the manner in which we handle such motions so that when you will be voting, you vote consciously knowing the way forward. So when you put the question, if the motion goes through, then it goes through the steps that I've mentioned. Step 1 is to form another committee or a special committee or a plenary, the whole plenary, where the accused will present themselves and the mover of the motion will present evidence of the same. And a report is done. And the House either agrees with the report or rejects, and if they agree with it, then voting will be done up to a threshold of 75% for it to be adopted, or else the report will be rejected. If at this moment the motion is not adopted, then the motion stands rejected. And we will follow our standing order. In any case, if there is a member who is willing to bring a similar motion, there is a procedure of the same in our standing orders. I also want to make clarification, which I had done initially, that for matters of clarification, if such a motion comes and you have appended your signature, I want to agree with, I think it's Honorable Dede and Honorable Boyton. Please know that once you append your signature, you are not able to withdraw that signature up to the end of the motion. So I listened carefully, but I also was taking my time to know the areas that requires further trading, like Honorable Benny Petaigo was saying. You can't withdraw your signature, we move up to the end. If Honorable Chele wanted to withdraw the motion, he can't withdraw it once you have moved it. He had an opportunity to withdraw it at giving notice time. He also had the opportunity of withdrawing it just before he started the process of moving the motion for debate. But there is a case where he has moved it, it has been seconded, we have debated. To put a question. I've clarified that when you vote, you know now the consequence. And I put that as many of the opinion that the motion removal from office members of the Kisumu County Public Service Board, pursuant to Article 251(1) and Article 75 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Section 58(5) of the County Government Act 2012, and the provisions of the County Assembly standing orders as presented, debated, say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary opinions say nay. The nays have it. And the motion removal from office members of the Kisumu County Public Service Board, pursuant to Article 251(1) and Article 75 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and Section 58(5) of the County Government Act 2012 and the provisions of the County Assembly standing orders as was presented, debated, have been rejected. Today, the 25th of April 2024 at 17:48 hours. And as per our standing orders, the motion dies. And if there is any intention to bring a similar motion, follow the standing orders. Next order.
Order number 9. On the adoption of a report of Budget and Appropriations Committee on consideration of the Kisumu County Budget Review and Outlook Paper for the financial year 2022-2023 by the Honorable Joachim Okechi.
Honorable Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding provisions of orders number 28 part 2 of the standing orders, this County Assembly resolves to extend its sitting until a time that it shall have concluded the business outlined in the order paper, and I want to request Honorable Chief Whip to second. Thank you.
Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, now that a motion on extension of time to a time that we shall have concluded the debate has been proposed by the Honorable Leader of Majority, seconded by the Honorable Whip. As per our standing orders, I want to propose a question, and I propose that that motion is open for debate. Honorable Ruben Rakwach. Honorable Jennifer Bonyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I call upon the mover to reply?
Honorable Leader of Majority.
Honorable Speaker, protect me from Honorable Rakwach.
Honorable Rakwach, resume your seat. Honorable members, let us make it a practice. When you want to cross the floor, you go to the blue line. Then you bow and you cross the floor. It is not procedural what Honorable Rakwach has done. So Honorable Leader Majority, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, now that all the members have agreed, I just want to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, when our procedural motion has been moved on extending the time, as per our standing order number 28-2, there is no question that I'm going to put, but we resolve that the House stands extended in terms of its sitting until a time that it shall have concluded the business outlined in the order paper. So we had called on the next order, Honorable Joachim Okech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we had delegated Honorable Boyton to move the motion on behalf of the committee. Thank you.
Honorable Boyton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Chair, Honorable Joachim Okech, I wish to move a motion on report on the consideration of the Kisumu County Budget Review and Outlook Paper, fiscal year 2022-2023. Honorable Speaker, let me start by the introduction part of it. Pursuant to Article 222 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, Section 118 of the PFM Act 2012 and Standing Order number 189 of the Kisumu County Assembly, the CCM Finance and Economic Planning accordingly submitted the Kisumu County, that is the CBROP fiscal year 2022-2023, laid on the floor of the House on Wednesday, 25th October 2023, and committed to the County Budget and Appropriation Committee for processing. The CBROP provides a comprehensive overview of the county's fiscal journey during the past year, giving insight into the challenges faced and the strides made in achieving our development objective as the county, culminated in the implementation of the second generation of the CIDP 2018-2022. In compliance to the legal frameworks underpinning processing of this document, the committee held consultative engagement with all county departments, that is sectors, on 21st and 22nd November 2023 to give highlights and justification on the performance of the previous budget, fiscal year 2022-2023, and it is annexed in the document. Consolidated report of the consultative engagement with the sectors, it is annexed there. The committee has also conformed to the provision of Article 196 and 185 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and Section 87 of the County Government Act 2012 by seeking public views on the CBROP fiscal year 2022-2023 through public participation that was conducted across 7 sub-counties, Kisumu County on the Thursday, 23rd November 2023. That is also annexed there. The compiled public participation report. The recommendations arising from all the deliberations, including public hearings, have been incorporated into this report. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee is grateful to your office and the clerk for the logistical support accorded to it during its sitting, report writing, retreat, the period of engagement with the respective sectors, county department, and during public participation. Likewise, on behalf of the chair, I thank all the CECs who honored committee invites and gave their comments on this policy document. I'm grateful to members of the public and other stakeholders for attending the public participation and giving their views. Finally, I laud my committee members and secretariat for planning, programming, and coordinating all exercises and for making successful contribution towards the preparations and production of this report. It is now my pleasure and honor and privilege to present a report of the committee on its consideration of the Kisumu County that is KCBRO fiscal year 2022-2023 for consideration and approval. Compliance to the legal framework underpinning preparations of CPROP fiscal year 2022-2023. That is reference page 7 of the main report that you have in your soft copy. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, the Kisumu County Budget and Review Outlook paper, that is CPROP, has been prepared pursuant to the provision of Section 118 of the PFM Act 2020. One, 2C, information on Roman number 1, any changes in the forecast compared with the county fiscal strategy paper that was non-compliance, and the recommendation is that the CCM finance and economic planning to enforce adherence to the legal provisions guiding the preparation of this document and ensure compliance to the standards set in all other futures and subsequent submission. The second provision, that is Roman number 2, how actual financial performance for the previous financial year may have affected compliance with the fiscal responsibility principles or the financial objectives in the county fiscal strategy paper for that financial year. And number 3, number 3 sub-article 2D, reasons for deviation from the financial objective in the county fiscal strategy paper, together with proposals to address the deviation and time estimated for doing so. The second part is review of the county fiscal performance, the fiscal year 2022-2023, and with reference to page 8 of the main document, it is well articulated there. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members, the overall county fiscal performance for the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget for that year, we had 652,654,461, and that actually was the actual opening, the balance, and deviation is 0. That gives us a performance of 100%. Total share of the national revenue, we have 9,273,791,596,000. The actual was 9,336,745,704 million. Deviation or deviation is 937,045,872. That is give us a performance of 90%. Gross locally collected revenue, we have 2,118,837,525 shillings, and the actual is 1,153,464,305, giving us a deviation of 965,373,220. Performance is 54%. Now, the total revenue, revised budget, we have 12,045,283,582, and the actual is 10,142,846,740, giving a deviation of 1,902,419,112, a performance of 84%. Expenditure, recurrent, we have 8,123,121,804, and the actual recurrent was 6,948,631,105, giving a deviation of 1,534,490,699, giving us a performance index of 82%. Development, we had 3,562,161,778, and the actual performance was 2,356,295,196, giving us a deviation of 1,205,866,582, a performance of 66%. Total expenditure as a county, we have 12,045,283,582, while our actual expenditure was 9,304,926,301, giving a deviation of 2,740,357,281, a performance index of 77%. The committee observation on this, that the county received 84% of the total revenue projection, with national share and own source revenue received 90% and 54% of the targeted amount respectively. Number two, that the county absorbed 77% of its overall estimated expenditure during the fiscal year under review, with recurrent expenditure absorbed at 82% and development expenditure absorbed at 66%. Third observation is that the county absorbed only 66 of its estimated development expenditure. Committee recommendation. The county treasury to set realistic on-source revenue target based on its previous trend and the prevailing microeconomic environment to address the budget deficit. Second recommendation, Madam Speaker, is that the CCM Finance and Economic Planning to implement the revenue-raising measures previously recommended by this House to expand the county revenue base and ensure revenue targets are met in future. Recommendation number 3 is that the county treasury to put appropriate measures to improve absorption of resources from development partners, including timely preparation of designs, procurement, and financial processes, and adherence to the legal requirements. Revenue outrun for fiscal year 2023-2024 is in the main document, that is page 9 to page 12 of the main report. You will find it there, honorable members. A summary is as follows. A, national revenue outrun. Madam Speaker and honorable members, during the fiscal year 2023, the county received Kenya shillings 8,989,400,165,000 as disbursement from the National Treasury, consisting of equitable share of Kenya shillings 8,015,575,921 and grants which amounting to 321,169,783 and an opening balance of 652,654,461. And the table below highlights very clearly how this national revenue was given out. Opening balance is indicated there, and opening balance, no actual receipt is the same as what we had as opening balance, no budget balance, and the performance is 100%. Equitable share we had 8,139,240,000, and the actual receipts was 8,015,575,921, giving a budget of 10,563,319. That is 99.9% as in terms of performance. Danida gave us actual of 21,991,500,000 against the target of 29,565,000, giving a budget balance of 7,573,500. Performance 74%. We have the KISIP with 500 million, but actual receipt was 200 million. Deficit budget balance of 300 million. Performance of 40%. Transforming health 61,190,702, and our budget balance was 61,190,702, giving a performance of 0%. ASDSP 34,629,346. Actual receipts was only 4,830,937, giving budget balance of 29,798,410. performance 14%. We have the KCSP with a performance of 20.3%. The EU ideas with a performance of 0. Finance locally led climate action plan, that is the FLOCA, with a performance of 122 million, and the actual receipt was 22 million, that is 100%. Then the CCAP, 10 million, actual receipt, none, budget balance 10 million, that is 0%. Then we have the EU water tower, Afri-Cities, this one is also interesting, 40 million, actual receipt, none, deficit, budget balance 40 million, that is 0%. Followed by UNICEF, KUSP, road maintenance levy, KDSP, TVET, and the total amounts in our total share of national revenue is 9,926,446.57 shillings. And our actual receipt for that year in review is 8,989,465 shillings. That give us a budget balance of 937,045,892, a performance index of 91%. The committee observation on the said, on the red table, one, that most of the projected grants were not received by the county, which includes transforming health, the CEACAP, the UE water, the water tower, Afri-Cities, UNICEF, road maintenance levy, and the KDSP and the TVET. Number two, that the OCOB reports that the county received Kenya shillings of 93,997,196 Kenya shillings road maintenance fuel levy through the county budget implementation review report for fiscal year 2022-2023, which is not declared in the CPROP. Observation number 3 is that the CPROP fiscal year 2022-2023 indicates that the county received 2,339,915 from KUSP donor funding against a projection of 2,919,156, which is not reported in the OCOB, that is for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Recommendation number 4, that the OCOB and the CBIRR fiscal year 2022-2023 indicates that the county received Kenya shillings 2,339,915 KDSP donor funds against a projection of Kenya shillings 64,134,545, which is not reported in the CBRO fiscal year 2022-2023. That the CBRO fiscal year 2023, that is recommendation number 4, reports that the county received Kenya shillings 8,015,575,921, equitable share of revenue raised nationally, while the OCBO CBRR fiscal year 2022-2023 indicates that county received Kenya shillings 8,026,139,240,000, giving a variance of Kenya shillings 10,563,319. That the CBRO, that is the CBRO fiscal year 2022-2023, reports that the county received a total of Kenya shillings 10,142,864,470, while the OCB and CBRR fiscal year 2023-2024 indicates that the county received Kenya shillings 10,247,424,985, giving a variation as reported between the CBROP and the OCOB and the CBRR fiscal year 2022-2023 during the fiscal year under review within 2 weeks of adoption of this report. County own source revenue. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the county OSR target was Kenya shillings 2,118,837,525. However, only Kenya shillings 1,153,464,305 was collected, giving a negative variation of 965,373,220. There's a table of county own source revenue, that is COSR, and it is as follows. Budget estimate, we have streams on the far end, then we have the budget estimate, then the actual collection. $6,629, giving a difference of 89,796,823, giving a performance of 65%. Bus park fee, we did 31%. Parking fee, the figures are there, we did 19%. Very poorly. Now, reserved slot, we also did 30%. Monthly sticker on source revenue, we did 45%. The figures are also there. Clamping fee, this one we did very poorly. We had a budget estimate of 384,038 shillings. But what did we collect? 27,500 shillings, giving a difference of 356,538. Percentage 7. We did very poorly here. Market fees, we did 34%. Stock ring, we did 53%. Sales, we did 52%. Another one that is also of concern here is building plans. Building plans, we had 31,590,000. Our actual collection was 680,304,638, giving a difference of 658,653,821. Performance in terms of percentage, that is 51%. Revenue from departments. Health projection was 600 million. We got 422,072,272,000. Difference from health department is 177,984,728, giving a percentage of 70%. Agriculture, livestock and fishery. Estimated budget was 8,220,606. But what did they realize? Actual collection from Department of Agriculture is 3,711,768, giving a difference of 4,504,838. That is 45%. Commerce, tourism, and trade heritage was given an estimate, a very low estimate, 1,452,466. They did 1,782,940, a variation of 330,474. That is an up of 123%. Lands, housing, and physical planning, a target of 119,944,340. They did very poorly. Out of 119 million, they did only 30,935,996, giving a difference of to give realistic on-source revenue targets to avoid the wild revenue shortfall. What does it mean? It means that the on-source revenue targets that were given were far much away from real. County rating bills for property rates, model county finance bill, county trade and license, county tariff policy, county agricultural produce sales bill, social protection bill, and ward allocation of revenue act within the deadlines provided by the previous House resolution. I think this statute will help us to realize our own source revenue if put in place. Recommendation number 2. We had 2 recommendations. Now, expenditure outrun is also given. You can refer to page 13 up to page 16 from your main report. And Madam Speaker and Honorable Member, the county total expenditure comprises for the recurrent and development expenditure component as follows. A, recurrent expenditure outrun. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the county targeted a total recurrent expenditure of Kenya shillings 8,483,121,804,000. However, its actual spent was Kenya shillings 600,948,631,105 of the target, translating into an absorption rate of 82%. Table 5 shows the current expenditure per department, and it's clearly outlined. You have seen it clearly. Agriculture, irrigation, livestock and fishery giving us 83% in terms of performance. County Assembly of Kisumu giving us 95% in terms of performance, while City of Kisumu giving us 62% in terms of performance. Roads, Transport and Public Works giving us 71%. Kisumu County Public Service Board giving us 56%. Education, Human Resource Development and ICT giving us 96%. Office of the Governor 75%. Health Services giving us 83%. Public Service Administration and Devolution giving us 97%. Tourism, Culture, Arts and Sports giving us 56%. Land, Housing, Physical Planning giving us 55%. Trade, Energy and Industry giving us 91%. Finance and Economic Planning, that department giving us 77%. Water, Environment and Natural Resources giving us 70%. Total percentage, we have 8,483,121,804 against 600,948,631,105. That gives us 82%. Committee observation that the county treasury has reported an exaggerated recurrent expenditure absorption rate of 88%, while the actual absorption rate is 82%. B, that is committee observation on that the Department of Lands, Housing and Physical Planning recorded the least recurrent expenditure absorption of 55%. C, the Department of Public Service Administration and Devolution recorded the highest recurrent expenditure absorption of 97%. Committee recommendation that the CEC, Finance and Economic Planning, to revise and revise the reported percentage for the county recurrent absorption rate from 88% to 82% for accurate records. B, the county treasury county 2 submit the county procurement plan for each and every financial year to the assembly by August and ensure its strict implementation to address the challenge of under absorption of the recurrent budget due to controlled AIEs. Let's move to development expenditure outrun. Madam Speaker and honorable members, development expenditure is also summarized in the table below, and the county targeted total county expenditure of Kenya shillings 3,562,161,718. However, it's actually spent 2,356,295,196, translating into absorption rate of 66%. The table number 6 gives us development expenditure per department. We have agriculture, irrigation, livestock and fishery, giving us performance index of 90%. Kisumu County Assembly giving us 86%. City of Kisumu giving us 62%, that is development expenditure. Roads, transport and public works giving us 71%. Kisumu County Public Service Board, you understand, giving us 0%. They have no development. Education, human resource development and ICT, that gave us 52% in terms of development expenditure. Office of the Governor gave us 56%. Health Services gave us 36%. Public Service Administration and Devolution gave us 0%. Then we have tourism, culture, arts and sports with the revised budget of 59 million, but actual expenditure was 18 million. That gives us a performance index of 31%. Lands, housing and physical planning had a revised budget of 514 million, but the actual expenditure was 200 million, giving us 39%. Trade, energy gave us 17%. Finance and economic planning gave 81%. Water, environment and natural resources gave 29%. The total average performance, we had 3,562,161,778. Actual was 2,356,295,196, giving a percentage of 66. What is the committee observation on this? One, the committee, Honorable Speaker, observed that there is a general low absorption of the development expenditure compared to the recurrent expenditure, majorly due to delayed procurement and financial process. Number two, that the following departments have reported the least absorption of the capital expenditure of less than 50%. Which departments are these? Trade, energy and industry at 17%, water, environment and natural resources at 29%, tourism, culture, arts and sports at 31%, health services at 36%, lands, housing and physical planning at 39%. What did the committee recommend on this? The committee recommended this, Honorable Speaker, that future budgetary allocation to respective department be based on their absorption rate. I think this will actually control their performance in terms of absorption. Number two, that the CEC to ensure that subsequent budget proposals for development projects are accompanied with concept notes, that is the BQs and designs, to address the challenge of over or under costing of projects leading to low absorption rate. This was very clear because when the costing is a little bit lower as per the BQs, there will always be a problem with the procurement process, especially with the contractors. And number three, that the CEC ensure that all project proposal identified in the subsequent budget estimate originate from the CIDP and the ADP to address the existing gap between planning and budgeting, resulting into under absorption of the development budget. And Roman number 4, recommendation number 4 in that respect is that the Public Works Department to prepare BQs for all approved development projects in this CADP fiscal year 2024-2025 in line with provision or in line with the previous House resolution for accurate costing of the projects during approval of the expenditure in the budget estimate for fiscal year 2024-2025. And Roman number 5 is that the sectorial committees and implementation committees to review, investigate, and verify the implementation status of various development projects for previous financial year 2022-2023 by the respective department. They are mandated to do what? To oversight, to validate the details reported in this document for fiscal year 2022-2023. This one, Mr. Speaker, I think it forms part of what Honorable Gado Lima also brought in the floor of the House today. It's very important that members to make a follow-up in all their projects that were undertaken in that year under review. And Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I therefore, on behalf of my chair and the Committee of County Budget and Appropriation Committee, that is, to table this report in this House and request or recommend for its adoption. Honorable Speaker, I therefore move the motion and call upon Honorable
and Outlook paper financial year 2022-2023 have been moved, seconded. As per the standing orders, I want to propose a question, and I propose that the motion adoption of a report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on consideration of the Kisumu County Budget Review and Outlook paper financial year 2022-2023 is open for debate. Honorable Benny Peteriko.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very vital report for this House because it highlights the expenditure of 2022-2023, Mr. Speaker. And the members of this House should pay attention to this report to enable us get the picture of why things succeed and why things fail, Mr. Speaker. The committee has done some work, and Mr. Speaker, we are being told that the absorption rate for the development is 66%. That means 34% was never spent, and that comes to 1.2 billion. If 1.2 billion was not spent on projects, what is the situation on the ground? Hence the outcry that there are no roads, incomplete projects, and members need to pay attention to this. Why does this happen? They have talked here of early procurement plans. This has been a song here. It has never been realized. Chair budget, chair sectoral committees, the ball is now in your court on early procurement for the departments to enable projects to be implemented in good time. They have also recommended here that departments should be given that are being swapped, were they budgeted for in the budget? We need to know this. So that we need to know these departments with the debts, what is the total debts, and how much money should Kiwasco be remitting to Kisumu County, so that we are talking of figures we are sure of. Let us not get records that are silently being handled between the Office of the Finance and Kiwasco, and we talk in abstract. Other matters raised here, Mr. Speaker, the approval of budget at a cabinet level. They have highlighted here that the county executive committee members complain from time to time on their budget approval. And it is high time the governor is made aware of this, and the Minister of Finance, that there is complaint from the departments that what they recommend to the finance department is not what they get. Though we know there's the selling, they are normally given per department, but they still complain. What is it that they don't understand? Why when the selling has been given, they still come?
Joachim Okech.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to contribute as a member of the committee. And first of all, I have to acknowledge the sentiments of our senior member, Honorable Benny Pete. We do agree that the issue of debt swap between Kiwasco and County Government of Kisumu is long overdue. And I am happy that I think one of our deliberations as we were handling CBROP, of course he attended most of the sessions. I'm not too sure if he attended the one of debt swap, which I think there was a deliberate attempt by the CEC, the then CEC, Water and Environment, Madam Agua, though I think she has been fired. But she did by then try to allege that they'd agreed on the debt swap, and by then they were mentioning, I think, a figure of close to 50-something million. She also did submit to the committee then that they'd agreed with Kiwasco to be paying close to 3.5. I'm not sure of the exact figure, but I know it's around 3.5 million per month, I think, from a particular date. So, of course, I do agree with him that this issue needs to be solved, and I hope that during our deliberations with the Department of Finance, we did now to get a conclusive answer regarding the debt swap, because Kiwasco being an entity fully owned by the government of Kisumu or the county government of Kisumu, then of course we expect to get some revenue from that. I also agree with him, Mr. Speaker, because I don't want to respond, Honorable Boyton will respond, that there is a serious conflict, I mean, when it comes to departments acknowledging the documents that they see vis-a-vis what they presented. But of course, severally, the Department of Finance do acknowledge that they get proposals from various departments, proposals. But you know, not all your proposals find their way into the budget. So it's always been a ping-pong game between departments and the Department of Finance. As we speak today, I think these are hard to bring the attention of the members. The reason why we are rushing to submit our word-based project is because there will be a cabinet meeting either this weekend or latest it will be on Monday or Tuesday, so that the cabinet can adopt and approve the budget that will be submitted. previous financial year, so that it informs our decision going forward. And that is why you see the onsource is at 54%, he's right. We had a projection of 2.2. What was collected was 1.1. So that is a 54% performance. And I think that is a worrying trend. Of course, the document that we shall be reading next week, which is the CFSP, we have the performance up to the first half of the year. So I think we shall be able to see that, Honorable Benny, and make an informed decision going forward. Because after CFSP, then now we shall be doing the estimates. Again, that issue of revenue should worry us. Mr. Speaker sometimes normally say that if you look at the amount of money we give them and what they promise to collect for us, sometimes it does not make sense. But we don't need to make, I don't need to make that decision on behalf of the members. Let us get through the document and understand what we have there. Again, the funny part, if you listen to the document or the Honorable Baitona as he was reading, the absorption rates, you know, we use recurrent expenditure so that it helps in implementation of the development projects. But we are performing at 66% against a performance of, I don't know whether it was 80 to 90%, 88% recurrent. So it shows you that they do not balance. They are spending more recurrent and implementing less of the development. So I think we also need to be very serious this time around once we present the budget. We used to do it, and it's only that it used to be the speaker doing it on our behalf, so that we also interrogate their recurrent expenditure. You know, they've realized that is where they had the chunk of the money. Building now, I was there, I don't know, yesterday. Desks, Mr. Speaker, those desks are back. The corridor is full of desks and everything, because it is only 2 months to end of financial year. So those accountants are doing their magics, because for us, we don't normally check their recurrent expenditure. So members, I think we need to spend more time looking at this document, because it will inform the decisions we make going forward. Otherwise, I also want to take the opportunity, just on behalf of the mover of the motion, to thank the members. We still have more reports coming. And I also want us to continue with the same spirit as we work on the estimates and other documents that we are going to have. Otherwise, I stand to support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, going by the mood of the House, may I call upon the mover to reply?
Honorable Boyton.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the concern that have just come out, most of them have just been highlighted or replied by, in quotes, by the able Honorable Chair. Early disowning the document. This is a trend that most, if not all, the CECs of departments, when they appear before the Budget and Appropriation Committee, they tend to behave as if the document that they're being read to, they are not aware of. This is something that each and every department should take charge, and because they sit in the cabinet and make a follow-up. This blame game whereby most of them now blame the CC for finance of altering the document should be a thing of the past. It's high time now that they start owning the document right from the beginning until the implementation stage. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and Honorable Majority Leader for this extension so that we pass this document. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank you for the seriousness that the members have put up to this late to make sure that this document is adopted in the floor of this House. And this is like a special meeting, Honorable Speaker. And may I also thank you for the gadget that honorable members received last week and part of this week. For those who had not collected their gadgets, this has also enhanced how members will go through their documents in a very easy and right manner. Honorable Speaker, you realized some times back members were complaining how this voluminous document will be read through phones. At least now we thank your office for providing the gadgets to honorable members. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, we are concentrating much on the development aspect, which is only 3 billion. But we are not giving attention to 8 billion, which is going in recurrent expenditure. Honorable Speaker, I believe this is a very serious matter that moving forward, the committee will take into consideration, and all honorable members of this House will also take into consideration and make a follow-up so that our recurrent expenditure, if not scaled down, and the development aspect scaled up, then I think we will be on the right track. And this will actually depend on the own source revenue. That is why I was even advising the chair and the committee to have a chit chat with the chair of revenue, because through own source revenue, that is the only way where we can increase the development budgetary for this county. I beg to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, now that the motion adoption of a report of a Budget and Appropriation Committee on its consideration of the Kisumu County Budget Review and Outlook Paper, financial year 2022-2023, have been moved, seconded, debated. I want to put a question. And I put that as many of the opinion that the motion adoption of report of Budget and Appropriation Committee on consideration of the Kisumu County Budget Review and Outlook Paper, financial year 2022-2023 be adopted, say aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. And the motion adoption of a report of Budget and Appropriation Committee on the consideration of the Kisumu County Budget Review and Outlook Paper, financial year 2022-2023 have been adopted today, Thursday, the 25th of April 2024 at 19:02 hours. And I want to direct that the hazard report be prepared and the commitment be made to the relevant department for action. Next order.
Mr. Speaker and honorable members, there is no any other business in the order paper.
Honorable members, you be upstanding. And there being no any other business in the order paper, the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 30th of April 2024 at 2:30 p.m.